I'm Arlan, and I'm on a mission to help 1,000 people become millionaires over the next decade. And to become a millionaire, you have to start somewhere. So even if you are a beginner, this monster course is going to help you immensely. You'll be able to follow along, understand, and work with me throughout these next few hours together. And if you want to pick up my books, Your First Million, It's About Damn Time, or my revenue playbook, and read along while we're doing this, it's a great idea. I do the audio versions as well. But those three books have so much in them. We're going to take from those books and everything that I've learned since to make an average of $3,000 per day, even though I was homeless just a few years ago and slept on the floor of an airport, the most recent. I'm going to show you how you can go from zero, from scratch, to having the life that you want and how it's attainable for you. This can be taught. That is why I'm doing this video course. It can be taught. There's going to be no gatekeeping. I'm going to hold nothing back. You're going to get everything that you'll ever need in these next few hours. So let's get a journal together. Let's write down some notes, pause, rewind when you need to, and check out the different chapters that you have here. We're going to cover the following in this monster course: offers, traffic, sales, community, AI, and scaling. Together, these fit in as one engine that powers your business. Make sure that you subscribe to this channel. That's the only thing I ask in return, and that you send this off to someone who may need help as well. The first thing I'm going to do is ask ChatGPT to explain who I am. Let's see what it says, because it kind of knows me well. Pretend you don't know me, Arlan Hamilton. How would you describe me? How would one describe me and tell my story? Let's see what it says. I have not done this before, so let's see what it comes up with. Okay. So just so you know the context of why you should listen to me. Self-made entrepreneur, venture capitalist, author, and powerful advocate for underestimated founders. Without a background in finance, and while experiencing periods of homelessness, she broke into Silicon Valley and built a multi-million-dollar fund from the ground up. Her work has reshaped the conversation around inclusion in tech and investing. And then it goes on to talk about how in 2015, I was sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport. I was pitching VCs by day and bootstrapping my dream at night. I love how it's saying this, okay? I had no degree, no generational wealth, and no connections in tech. What I did have was a bold vision to invest in founders who look like me, women, people of color, LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs who were being overlooked. So it goes on to say that I've actually invested in more than 200 companies, and that, it's a very different story than what it was before. Let's check out what the "What Makes Her Different" section says. Arlan is not just an investor. She's a movement. Whoa. Her authenticity, relatability, and straight talk approach have made her a trusted voice for entrepreneurs who don't fit the mold. She's known for turning rejection into rocket fuel and for creating platforms where others can do the same. She's also transparent about money, business models, and mistakes, encouraging others to build their first 5,000, 50,000, or 500,000 with practical, repeatable tools, not just inspiration. She's building blueprints for others to follow. Absolutely. Now I want to turn the attention to you. You've heard about my story, but what is your story? Knowing your own story is hyper important. It is one of the most important foundational things that you can do for your business and livelihood. Everybody has a story. Everybody has an origin story. Like on Marvel or any of these hero movies, you are the hero and you have faced some adversity, most likely. You have gone through something. You have learned things. And now those things are what you can give back to the world in one way or another. By the end of this video course, you're going to know what your unique value proposition is to the world, what your offer will be, how to find customers to see your offer, how to sell to them, and how to keep them coming back so that they are satisfied customers who generate revenue for you on a day-to-day and yearly basis. So that you'll have a reference as we go along here, let's take a look at a few of the ways that I make money. Okay, I'm going to be transparent about this. So one way I make money is through YouTube. And there's a complete section of this course where we're going to go all in on YouTube. But in general, I want you to know that I make several $1,000s per month because of YouTube in a couple of ways. I also make money not just from AdSense from YouTube, so YouTube paying me, but I make money from the things I'm able to offer off of YouTube. We'll go all in there in a moment. I also make money on my various memberships. So if you see here, I have 8.5 memberships on the school platform, and I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars from school and having these memberships since I started August of 2024. And that number goes up every single day. So I have Arlan's All Access, which is my signature membership. It costs $100 per month or $600 per year. And I'll take you behind the scenes in the school section of my dashboards. You can see my payouts. You can see everything there. But that's also how I make money. I also make money from book sales, not just selling books directly. So I'll talk about that. But I make money by selling the book itself to major publishers. So these two books, for instance, this was my first book. It's About Damn Time. It's About Damn Time. I made $400,000 when I sold this book concept to a major publisher. They paid me $400,000 and they didn't pay it all at once. They paid it over 4 payments over about 2 years' time. But it essentially was an advance on my sales. And then it's almost like, like if you're a musician or something, you sign a record deal. So it's an advance on sales that gave me $400,000. Basically, with my contract, I have to sell almost 200,000 copies to reach that advance and make more than that advance. And that's across physical and audio and ebook. I am not there yet. I have not reached 100,000 sales on this, but it has been a bestseller on Amazon multiple times, and it has sold tens of thousands, 50,000 or so copies. So I get that money. I keep that money because that's the deal we made. I also sold this one a couple of years later, and I sold this one for $300,000 when most people were not getting book deals during that time. And this one came out. So this one came out May 2020. This one came out January 2024 and was sold, and I think 2021 was sold. And then this one I released on my own. It's a smaller one. It's a playbook. I'm going to have several of these that have different titles. And I self-published this. And I'll, over time make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I already have started making that from this book because of the way that I process it. And how I do that is when it comes to this one, is that I put this into a funnel, a book funnel. Now I have the physical copies that I had a few thousand of, and then I have the audio and the ebook versions. So if you go to my funnel, my revenue playbook funnel, you'll see that I have, buy this, either it's a physical book where you're buying the book, but you're just paying shipping. That's a free plus shipping is how it's called. Or it's the audio and ebook version, but it's like something like $5 or $7 you'll charge. Hormozy charges $10 or so for shipping. And you'll make it so that when you do print these, if you print enough of them at the same time, you can get your costs down really, really low. And then, of course, there's shipping. So you can do media shipping if you want. It does take longer, but you could do that because this is media. And you can get your pricing down where it's not like the shipping is going to cover it all, but the what you're doing to cover it is you're actually doing an upsell. You're selling something else that a percentage of the people who buy this thing or who get the free shipping offer will purchase, and then it'll make your average cart value a higher amount. So if you think about, let's say 100 people visit your funnel, and 20 of them spend $5 on free shipping. Let's just say you're going to use that number. That's $100, but it's 20 books. So the 20 books may cost you 300. So you've made 100, but it's going to cost you 300. How do you offset that? Well, of those 20, let's say that 8 of them buy your upsell, and that in those 8, instead of it being a total of $100, it's actually 300 or more because they bought something that cost $47. Maybe a couple of them bought something that cost, in addition to that, $97. And when I say something, I mean a course that goes along with the book. It could be 1 hour video that you have that's really helps them understand the book. It could be some templates, some downloads that they get that make the book even more powerful to them. It could be AI prompts that you give that you have trained. You know exactly how to get them the best results on this topic. It can be any kind of swipe file, template, anything like that that you might even use for a lead magnet at some point. You would put there as an upsell. Could also upsell into your membership. You could upsell into some sort of community. And over time, if you do the math with it, your job is to say, okay, you came in wanting to pay $5 to get a free book, but some people are going to go even further because they want more faster. They want more results, better results faster. So they're going to take the add-ons, the upsell. Do you want fries with that? Would you like to have a large popcorn rather than a small or medium? They're going to do that. And then because some of them will do that, your job is to get it to be optimized where you're not paying out of pocket for that lead. It doesn't have to make profit on that part of the funnel. It doesn't have to. If you can make profit on that, that's awesome, but it really doesn't have to. And in my experience, if it breaks even, meaning that you don't have to spend anything out of pocket to send that book to someone or to send that course to someone or whatever your main thing is, then you're doing really, really well. Now, if you notice, I said there's a physical version that could cost like $15 with shipping to send out with all said and done, or you can do the ebook version where you're taking them through the same funnel, but they are not getting anything physical. Therefore, it's all upside for you. It's not costing you. Why would you do a physical book over a digital book when it would cost you more? A physical book is your calling card. A physical book could really make someone get to know you on a deeper level. In fact, a lot of times people will display your book behind you. Look at all these books I have behind me. So every day when I walk into my office, I see 3, 4, 5 names over and over and over again. And that puts them in a certain status and certain position in my mind subconsciously. So that's why you'd want potentially to have that as a physical book. And these days, it's not extremely difficult to make that happen. You use platforms like Lulu. I use lulu.com to get samples of the books one at a time. So I'll write the book like I did with this one. You don't have to wait for a publisher is what I'm saying. You don't have to wait for somebody to come discover you. You can do this on your own. So I'll write the book. That'll take me a few weeks. Write that. It can take you a few days now with AI as your co-writer, basically, because what I do is I take all this hundreds of hours of video and all the things that I do, and I do voice notes and all of that. I put it into AI, and then it helps structure, right? But you want to make sure it's in your voice. You are the editor. You are the overseer. Don't just put out fluff or trash. But you build a book. You can get it formatted. I get mine formatted with someone on Fiverr. They go through and they format the book to make it look, to fit the pages. And they give it like a font and they give it like a style and page numbers. That doesn't cost a lot of money or a lot of time. That can just take maybe 3 to 5 days, depending on the size of the book. It can be just maybe $100, $200. And then I get a cover created, so designed on Fiverr. They they designed the cover, and I took that and I put the file, because it was formatted in the right way. They know how to format it for Lulu. I got 1 copy or 2 copies sent to me. That takes about a week. I get the copy. That's my proof. I can look through. That's my proof copy, right? If you have a publisher, they're going to send you a proof, but it's going to be like a year later. After you turn in the manuscript, which is a process that I went through with these two, which was very well worth it. I mean, these are juggernauts of books. These are fantastic. They have made me so much money beyond the deals, and they've given me so much authority. I don't begrudge them, but I'm saying that you don't have to wait for that in order to do something on your own. And in fact, I chose this version. I was able to do this through a major publisher, but I chose this way because there's so much flexibility and there's no cap to how much you can make. So going back to it, I'm using Lulu. I'm going through here. I'm setting it up as a print book. You select your size. You can choose different ways to bound it. I use perfect bound most of the time. And then you can do it as small as of an order as one book. So that really helps you. So I have tested this out. I like the idea of using Lulu for my prints to give me proof, to let me kind of experiment with it. And then I go over to onpressbookprinting.com and I use this to actually print in bulk. So I'll print 100 to 1,000 at a time once I have it set up in Lulu. Now you'll still have to go over to OnPress, get it set up, but you have a lot more confidence in buying those bulk orders once you've done it through Lulu first. So you're just kind of becoming your own publisher. It's going to take a little time, but it's so, so, so worth it. And then you get into the pricing, you get into how much it costs. For a standard book, let's say you're going to do 100 with a 200 page count, standard production time of 3 days, 561. This number changes. It's not going to be 5,600, I don't believe. Yeah, you save a little bit of money. You save like more than 20% when you buy it with even more copies. And I think you can do fewer copies, but I just think it's going to cost you a lot more. So you can do 10 copies, $121 just to test it out before you make those bigger ones. And look, it's giving you a coupon. So that is how I publish on my own. And that is how I make money from books, is I have that. Now, I mentioned before that break even is the goal there with the book. And I'll tell you why. So what you're doing is you're helping yourself build authority by having this book, and you're helping yourself have a calling card, especially with the physical book. But again, it doesn't have to be a physical book. If you can do an audiobook, that has a lot of authority too. Then you have a list of people who have purchased your book. And if you use a platform, a software like ClickFunnels, Entreport, even something like StanStore, but StanStore is more for digital products. If you use something that is a funnel system like ClickFunnels, which is what I really like to use, I have an account here for years, then what it'll do is it gives you the email addresses. You can then have it set up that every time someone buys from you, whether they buy the book for free or they buy an upsell, and also tagged in different ways, depending on what they bought, you can have an email nurture sequence that follows them. Meaning, as soon as they buy the book, you have set it up where the email goes out to them and says, "Thank you for buying this book. It'll be there in 2 weeks," or whatever you want to say in that thank you. And I want to invite you into my membership in the meantime, because we are talking about XYZ that has to do with the book subject. Think about how you could do this with your own book. And you don't have to do this right out the gate, but it's just definitely something to aspire to so that you can have a game plan for what you're doing. So you might have that. Then with this nurture sequence of an email, right? You could say, 24 hours from now, I want it to now send another email to say, thank you again for purchasing my book. Because think about so many things that that customer has just gone through in 24 hours. They probably forgot about you. They probably are distracted. They may be excited about the book on its way, but they probably forgot. I do this all the time. I'll order a book, I'll order something off of some sort of funnel. I'll totally forget about it and I'll get it a week or two later. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's surprising. I do it all the time. So what you want to do is you want to stay top of mind. You don't want to spam them. You don't want to overwhelm them, but you do want to stay top of mind. So the way these work is that you could actually set up an automation through ClickFunnels, through StanStore, through Kit, through various options. And you could say, okay, 24 hours later, I would like for that person now to get a message that says, thank you again for the book, for buying the book or for ordering the book. I'm going to give you a 20% discount or a 50% discount or whatever the number is because you bought the book. I have this course that you would probably love. Here's a discount code. Go for it. And what's going to happen is some people are going to join that membership. Some people are going to buy that course at the discount. Some people are going to do the next thing. And whatever percentage, doesn't have to be everyone for it to be lucrative. You do this, you may say, okay, a week from them or 3 days from then, a week from then, and you will have this nurture sequence until someone unsubscribes, and they can easily unsubscribe if they don't want to get these messages from you anymore. I don't recommend doing more than one email per day. Sometimes what people do is that first week, they'll send out 5 emails, one a day, because it's like that's the time where people are the most interested and the most willing to spend money. They'll do that. So sometimes people will do that. Sometimes people have like 20, 30, 50 emails over like a 6-month period that they have carefully crafted. And remember, because you're doing this with an automation, you build this once and it's just happening every time someone purchases. Now, this can be even for something that's not a book. This could be for your lead magnet. But essentially, that's how I'm making money off of a book that I didn't even get paid to write, because I'm breaking even when people buy that upfront thing. So I don't have to spend money out of pocket to pay for the physical books. And sometimes I'm not even sending a physical book. And then I'm getting someone who is now on my email list. They now are getting this wonderful nurture sequence that's providing them with value, telling them my story, telling them how they can learn something. I'm teaching them something in these emails. I'm not just like sending stuff bye. I'm saying, hey, this is a video I put together of how you can do XYZ. This is how you can do this. This is how you can do this. And it's sprinkled with offers to them. And then they receive the book. Maybe they received it immediately because it was a download, or they receive it in the mail. And you send them messages. You make sure that in your nurture sequence, they're being reminded to actually read the book. I make sure to do this because most people will forget to read the book. They'll just be happy that they have it. So what I do is 24 hours after someone buys a book from me, especially if it is digital, I say, now that you have the book, it's time to read the first chapter. Make a promise to yourself to read at least the first chapter today. So it gives them that extra push to like, oh, actually, I should probably read this book. Because if they don't read the book, they don't have the contents, and you want them to have the contents. So you're building that authority over time with that email nurture sequence, with the product itself, whether it's a book or something else. And you have the ability to send off one-off broadcast emails, meaning it's not part of the sequence and everybody's going to get it at the same time. So now this is an email blast of maybe I just released something new. Maybe there's this big video I want people to know about. Maybe there is a tour that I'm going on, or I have Your First Million Live, which is another way that I make money through events. And I want everybody to know at once. So I'm going to blast them with one email to let them know about it. So you have multiple entry points for people to spend money with you, to get to know you better, and to become more and more of a customer, deeply involved customer of yours. So I have people who have purchased, who have ordered a book, And I think it was like $5 shipping. So they order the book, they get this book for free, but they paid $5 shipping. Of course, it cost me a lot more than that to get it to them. But because other people bought upsells, it all evened out. Then I've had them, very specific people I can think of, go from that to paying $5,000 to be part of my inner circle program, which is another way I make money. Because I have this very tight knit group of 100 people lifetime cap, and they're paying 5K per year, which is normally 25K, but I made the decision to make it 5K because I really like to work with them and I want to make it easy for them to work with me. And I've had people go from a $5 entry point to 5K within days. I've had people join my $50 a year, your first 5K membership, $50 a year, really high value, but go immediately skip through everything else and go into inner circle. I've had even more people start there and go into my 600 a year program, which is Arlan's All Access. So this foundational stuff, don't hate on it, don't sleep on it. What you'll hear from internet gurus is some people love low ticket, calling it low ticket because it's lower amounts. Some people hate low ticket. They loathe it. They think that it's beneath them. And some people just don't know enough about it to have an opinion. I'll tell you that in my experience, having a low ticket item, at least one of them, if not several of them, is incredibly helpful. I think that sometimes people don't want to do it because they think it's a lot of work for a very little amount of money because you're just breaking even. But they're not thinking through the full continuum, the full journey. There's so many people who meet me on YouTube for free. Right now, you're meeting me on YouTube potentially, right? For free, and they like the way I teach. They like the way what I have to say. They want to learn more from me. So they'll spend money to come into my world, into my ecosystem, and go deeper and deeper into it. And then I have these different offers at different at levels to meet you where you are. So that's exactly what you should be thinking through is like, what is this customer journey? Where are we going to take people? So that is how you can think through by using the example of a book funnel. You can think through someone's customer journey. You're going to think about this as a ladder or stair steps. You're going to think about this ahead of time. You're going to prep, and then you're going to come back to this over and over again. You can change this whenever you need to. But essentially what you're doing is you're meeting people somewhere and you're ascending them up the staircase. A lot of times you'll meet people at free, like a lead magnet or YouTube. So a lot of times you'll meet people right here. This is where I meet most people. They're either discovering my YouTube videos, which we'll talk about in depth momentarily. And from the YouTube videos, they're then being told, hey, click the link in the description. You can now go and do XYZ. They're being told that, or they're being told from maybe a paid ad or maybe a social post to go and download a free lead magnet, a freebie. Not necessarily calling it a lead magnet to your audience, but it's some sort of free gift that helps them. So your lead magnet will do exactly what it sounds like. You send people in to grab some sort of helpful thing from you, a digital product in most cases, or the book we talked about. This is also considered a lead magnet because you're getting their email address in return. It's break even. And you're establishing authority with them. Your lead magnet could be digital. Before you even think about printing a book out, it can be digital. It can be a checklist. It can be a PDF. It can be a list, like a valuable list. It could be a 1-hour course on video or audio. You don't have to show your face. It can be any one of these things. Then you're going to take them to something that is low ticket. So you're going to take them to potentially a $9 to $27 membership. Maybe it costs that much per month or per year. You're going to take them into maybe a $37 course. And then you're going to use Stand Store. Stand Store is where you can have a lead magnet. You could have a low ticket course. You can have a one-off payment for something. From there, you might take them into an upsell that is more like 97 to 299. And you don't necessarily have to have this one, but it's a good place to take people. So this would be like a one-off course or a membership. By the way, this free could also be a free school membership. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But you can take people here. Then you could have something that is like, this is optional. So you might go from here, or you might skip right over to, hey, I have a $1,000 to $5,000 cohort or course or program. So if you think about my Inner Circle program, which is $5K right now per year, if you think I've done $2,000 courses, I've done $1,500 to $5,000 masterminds where you come meet me in person. We work together for a full day. This could be a VIP day. It could be anything that gives an extremely high amount of value to that ideal customer and is something that they are willing to spend that amount of money, most likely because they've gone through all these other things over a few weeks or months, and it's really told them that they can trust their dollar with you. But as I said before, I've had it where people come in here and then they skip all the way to here because they don't need all of this or want all of this in between. They are just happy to skip here. And then here you might have a continuity. So you have recurring rev, or it's called continuity sometimes. And that means like a membership that costs $100 a month, like my Arlan's All Access, or it may even cost like $199, $249. Rachel Rogers has a membership at Hello 7 that I think is like $300 a month. And that's the bread and butter of what she does. She also has, 15,000 to 25K programs like certifications, coaching programs, things of that nature. But her bread and butter comes from this 300 or so per month membership where she has 3,000 plus members. So if you do the math there, we're talking about $10 million per year. Now, it is not, in my opinion, an experience easy to get that many people to spend that amount of money on continuity. She's the queen of this. But that's what you could actually imagine. So what you could do as a beginner or someone who is just getting into this line of work is you could have a freebie, something free that could be coming from YouTube, that could be coming from a lead magnet. So you could have that free. Sometimes they go hand in hand where you send them from your YouTube to a lead magnet. You could have a free school membership or even the $9 a month school that I teach about inside of your first 5K, where you're charging $9 a month or $50 for the year. And you can make like 5K a month building that. So I teach that whole kind of process inside of our 5-day challenge in your first 5K. And whatever that is, it's this low barrier to entry. And it's something that it's low risk. So it's low risk and experiment, a chance that they're taking on you. What I would recommend you do is something of that nature. And then you find a way to get on a phone call. This is going to be a huge, huge, huge step for you, is to get on a phone call. You're going to have a conversation with your lead that has been qualified, not just anybody, not just taking calls left and right, but you're going to have a conversation because of some filter that you've created. For instance, you must be in my free membership for at least 2 weeks, or you must reach a certain level of my membership, and then you have access to set up a call with me. That's one easy way to do it. But they've put a little something in the game, right? A little bit of beyond just getting there for free. And yeah, I want to get on a call and just learn from you for free. We don't want that. But once you're on that call, you have a conversation. All of the money that I have made that is of note has come from a great conversation. That's all it is. Two people talking to each other, or maybe one person talking to several people, you talking to a group of people, or one-on-one. So on these one-on-one calls is where magic can happen, because you get to ask them questions. You just want to learn more about them. You are the person leading this call. You want to learn more about them. And so you're asking them questions like, where are things right now? And how do you feel about where things are? What would you like to be the case? Like, what's your ideal scenario? Let's say it's a year from now. What would you like that to be? So you get into that sort of pattern with them and you listen. Most of the conversation should be them talking to you about where they are and where they want to be, what is not working and what they want help with. As you listen, you start to think through the different offers that you have, the different possibilities. You may only have one offer that's paid, and you make the determination in that call if you believe you can help them. If you believe you can truly help them, that's when you say, okay, so I think I can help this offer. So I actually have a membership on School that is not, I know you're in the free membership, but I actually have another membership, which just a few of us, there's about 40 of us in there. And every day we do an accountability check-in. And we ship something every single day, or we ship something every week, or we XYZ, whatever it is, that is your lane. Your lane is not necessarily going to be someone else's lane. And while you're on the call with them, you open up the membership behind the scenes and you share your screen. You take them into the classroom, take them into the community. You let them see. I'm going to show you, I'm going to lead by example, okay? You let them see what's in. So you show them the community. This is Arlan's All Access. I'm talking about big updates that are coming. Introduce yourself, has 6,000 comments. There are 447 members. Many of them have been in for more than a year. Go into the classroom and you see all of the things that you get to learn about, step by step, get bonuses that are more valuable than the amount you spend. You learn all about AI and YouTube and sales, and there's so much here. This is what you're doing on these calls. You're walking them through it, not forever, but you 2 or 3 minutes, you walk them through. You ask them if they have any questions, and you say, hey, go ahead. Here's the link. Put it in the chat. Go ahead and join right now. And while you're on the call, so I can just welcome you. And then we can kind of walk through how it's going to look to you. So you can share your screen if you want. And a lot of people will do that on the call. You're not going to pressure them. You're not going to guilt them. That's not the vibe we're going for, because you don't need them. You don't need, I should say it a different way. You don't need to wring every dollar from someone. You don't need to be the person that wrings the dollar from them. You want to help them and you want to offer them something and you want to be paid for that help. But the pressuring that I see online is getting out of hand, and it disgusts me. It's not something that I want to be associated with, where you're just like, making them feel guilty, like they're dumb or something if they don't do it. You want them to feel better than they did about themselves when they got on the call. So a lot of people, though, just need that push. They need that little bit of like, okay, cool. I get it now. I'm getting that one-on-one with you. I feel good about that. So you're going to do that. And when you're starting out, or when you're starting over, you do things in the dirt. You don't necessarily say, oh, someone else would do that part. I can't get on these 30-minute calls with everybody who wants to join my $40 a month membership. Yeah, you do. I do it. You do it. Because you're trying to change your circumstances. So that conversation could lead to something really, really special. Now we're going to talk about 5 very clear ways that you can make $5,000. These are specific offers and types of offers that you can make to customers and to your traffic that you're bringing in. This is exactly how to set them up, what they are, and what might be best for you. Enjoy. Why this works, this how to get paid for a one-on-one call. This is one of the offers that you could select. And I highly recommend selecting one of these offers and giving it a go and trying to replicate it, because every single time you do, you'll learn more about it and you'll get better at it. And then that will be a compounding effect. So the reason this one works is that people pay for clarity and focused attention. You don't need a course, a funnel, or a big audience to do this. And you have likely helped people for free, and you're going to package that into a $100 offer. This could be $50, it could be $200, but you're going to make this offer a one-on-one call on Zoom, on Google Meet, something to that effect. The first step is to define your call. You're going to choose one problem. Do you see a theme? We're getting very focused and clear. So one offer, one problem that you help people solve. Give it a clear name, like a clarity call, a strategy session, a website review, a catalyst call, something like that. And this one is actually going to charge for. You're going to set a simple outcome. You and I will work together through your problem and leave you with a clear next step. Step 2, set up your booking link, and you're going to use Calendly. I suggest you use Calendly. You can use Google Form plus a payment link. You can use Typeform plus a link to pay and to set up on Calendly. The simplest way, because that's what I'm trying to help you do here, is to go through Calendly because it just has everything you need in one place. Set up a 60-minute paid session, and that's pretty simple to do on Calendly. You just select while you're building the event, you give it a definition, a description, all of that, and then you say add payment method. You're going to connect it to Stripe or PayPal there. And then you're going to price it at $100 or $50 or $200. I wouldn't go over $200 if you're just starting out. And then you're going to require payment to book, and this is non-negotiable. This is what this offer is. Try not to back down from this because this is what you're trying to get established. Step 3, when you set up your Calendly, you can ask up to, I believe it's 8 questions. It may even be 10, but you're going to ask a few questions. Even though they paid, you want to have some clarity before the call so you can prep for it. You're going to ask them, what are they hoping to get clarity on, or whatever your jargon is. So if your thing is determined by what you're going to help them with, and you're going to ask the questions that will help you prepare to help them with that. What have you tried so far? What would success from this call look like? You can also ask them for links to things so you can take a look before you get started. I wouldn't spend so much time prior. Don't pick something that's going to take you a ton of time to do and prep for or follow through with, because that's going to take away from what this is meant to be, which is making that clear, repeatable offer. Step 4, going to share the offer. You're going to post once a day in your chosen platform. I suggest YouTube, there's Instagram, there's LinkedIn, but you're going to post at least once a day somewhere so that you're getting this out into the world. You can also make it part of your email signature, or you can put it in the bios, your LinkedIn, your Instagram. You can keep it somewhere where it's there evergreen, and you can also post about it from time to time. So content examples. If you're stuck with X, I'm opening 3 paid calls this week to help you work through it. I've helped others with Y. If you want the same, book a 60-minute call with me for just $100. And you don't have to put the amount. You can just put the words book a call, especially if it's on your YouTube. We learn that elsewhere in the classroom, but this is one way to do it. And then where do you post? Like I said, link in your bio, pinned comments on YouTube. Don't sleep on those pinned comments. In your school profile, if you start a school membership, which is something I teach in Arlan's All Access, but it's something that you can do and learn. I have a lot of free teachings about that on YouTube. And then directly in your posts and your replies, especially if you see someone comment on something that you post,
you can actually say, hey, I think you would, if they ask you a question or if they say something that they feel like they're unclear, you could give them a little bit of an answer and like help them. But then you could say, hey, if you want more, I actually do calls about this. And then they can go on their own and check it out. Step 5. Now, what are you going to do on these calls? The first thing you're going to do is you're going to really think through that 60 minutes. You want to use it wisely. For some people, it'll go by really fast, and so for some people, it'll be like a slog. But you want to think it through, and you want to give value to the person. They're not just a number, they're not just a paycheck. They are important to you, and they are the people who are sustaining whatever you're trying to do. Because you're going to be using this $5,000 for something, right? And you want to honor that in that conversation. You really want to help them. So you're going to ask them what brought you to them. I always ask, why did you think that this offer would help you? When I'm doing my sales calls, because it helps open up their mind and remind them why they're there. And then let them talk and you listen and guide. I would say spend approximately 70% of the time listening to them. And what most people think is they need to be talking the whole time, like you're giving a class. Actually, what people want is to be heard. They want to say the thing that they may not have been able to say to other people because they were not paying other people. They want to say it, they want to get through it. And then you guide them. If they start going off on tangents, if they pull away from the topic, you do pull them back in, but you ask them questions, ask them prompts, and spend about 70% across the time, not in a row, but across the hour. And in between that time, you're talking to them, you're helping them, and you're focusing on one breakthrough or plan. You're not going to try to fix everything because you can't. If you fix one thing for them, have a solution for one solid thing, think about what that would mean for them. Let's say you're charging $200 for the call. Could you do something that would help them save or earn $2,000, even if it means time? If you could do that, you'll be able to do this over and over and over and over again. And then you're going to end with a summary of the next steps or a resource. You can do this on the call. What I do is I wait until the call is over. At the end of the day, I will go back and look at my notes and I'll work with ChatGPT. I'll work with whatever I have, and I will send them a summary in an email. So I'll tell them on the call, within 24 hours, I'll have ... So for me, with some of our level 7 group and all access, or with some of my inner circle members, I'll say, within 24 hours, I'll have a game plan summary for you, or I'll have a value ladder for you. And that's a document that they can have, because it's not just about that call. They may want to have something that they can look at and read. And especially when you're talking to someone, you can say, sometimes people, when they take notes, it helps them retain things. So you don't want to say, don't take notes, but you do want to say, hey, if I'll be sending something to you later, then that kind of takes them off the hook of having to keep up and get it all and understand it all in the same place. And then you can ask them if they want to continue to work with you. Now, this is really interesting because this becomes something where you're actually getting paid to promote. Now, you want to be very careful with this. You do not want to be shady with this. But if you're on this call and it's 60 minutes long and you have been able to help them and you wait until the very end, you've been able to help them, you can say to them, if this was helpful to you, if you'd like to keep working together, I do offer packages. So if this was $200, maybe you say, I'll do a 3-call package for $500, or you may say, if this was helpful to you, I actually have a group membership where I work every week with a small group, and you could join that and be part of that. And that may be something that then you have that recurring revenue, and it helps them. So it's like something that you're happy to offer to them. And then the next step is for you. I would like for you to set this up today or within 24 hours, because if you don't, you're going to kind of just think about it and tell yourself all kinds of things and limiting beliefs about why you can't do it. Remember that because you're sending this to a link to pay, nobody on earth has to know if you got booked. They don't have to know if it worked. So you could put this up and people are left to guess if it worked. Then on your side, oh, I didn't get it's been a week or two, I haven't had any bites. You can start thinking through, what can I tinker? What can I change? Our next offer type is a 1-day digital workshop. that you can charge somewhere between $47 and $97 a ticket. Why this works is that you only need 5 to 10 attendees to make $250 to $1,000 in a day. How could this chip away at that 5,000? So this also builds your confidence and your email list at the same time, and you get paid to teach what you already know. No course required. You don't have to build a course. You can kind of do what I'm doing right now, which is teaching you. I'm creating a course for you, obviously, but you could do this live, right? You could create this live. So step one is you're going to pick a specific workshop topic. You're going to choose one clear, useful result that attendees will get in 60 to 90 minutes. Don't go over this time because you don't want to over deliver. That's kind of the worst thing you can do for yourself and for the attendees. Make sure that it solves a problem that people already want to solve. Don't spend a lot of time trying to convince people of the value. Here are 3 examples. How to build a personal brand without social media burnout. Set up your first lead magnet and email funnel in one day. Start freelancing, build your offer, and get 3 leads today. Now, remember, you want to do something that you know how to do, that you have accomplished. Don't teach something that you haven't accomplished. And I don't mean that for everything. I don't mean that you can't teach about history because you can teach about something you haven't done. But I really, really believe that a lot of gurus and people online are teaching things that they don't really know about, and it starts to show. There's cracks in that armor. And if you can just think through something that you've experienced, something that you've learned recently, something that you're halfway through learning, at least show people the first half of that. That's where you're going to get the better offers. Start with something you've already helped a few people do for free. You've probably been asked to help someone do something multiple times, and you just maybe didn't even notice it. But usually when I ask this question of somebody, they find something really quick because you were always asked to do something. So what is that thing that you're good at? Step 2, set the date, time, and price. Choose a date. This is where it's going to get fun. Choose a date between the next 7 and 14 days. Will you do that? Will you do that? And choose it now. Keep it simple, 60 to 90 minutes on Zoom or Google Meet. And both of those have a freemium model, so you don't even have to pay money to begin with. But I would suggest paying something so that you can get the 60 minutes, because I think it's 45 minutes for free. I would suggest spending a little money to make a little money. Price between 47 and 97. And then limit the seats if you want to create urgency. I'm only doing this with 8 people, only with 10, because your instinct may be, I need to get as many people on this thing as possible, because no, for this first one, you want it to be 6 people, 12 people, 10 people, because you want to create urgency, make it special, and then you also want to learn. So you do it the first time, and then you learn from it, and then you do it again and again and again. Step 3, create a simple checkout page. You can use a PayPal or Stripe link, a free school classroom. You could pay for school, but then use the classroom to upsell, which is a whole other thing. Or you could use ConvertKit has a checkout page. Gumroad has a checkout page, etc. Add a basic title, description, and the bullet points of what people will learn, and include a calendar invite or follow-up email with the Zoom link. You could optionally add a low ticket upsell for the recording or a bonus resource. So you could say it's $47, and if you pay an additional $17, you get the recording, and other people won't get the recording of this. Or you could say you get the recording and you get my notes from it. And what you do is you put the recording into ChatGPT, the manuscript, so you get the recording transcribed either through the AI on that platform that you use, like Zoom, or you take the recording and put it into rev.com, rev.com. Either way, take that manuscript, put it on ChatGPT, and ask ChatGPT to give you some really great notes that you can share with the attendees who paid extra. And then you could give bullet points, and that makes it even easier for the attendees. And that gives you a little bit of extra money. You could also do something like have the membership itself, have a membership or something recurring on the back end. But again, this is not meant to be this huge funnel. In Arlan's All Access, I teach you about funnels, I teach you about sales, conversion, all kinds of things that build up the memberships and all that. This is meant to be in your first 5K. This is meant to be, you could roll this up within 24 hours and get it going within a week or two. So try to get away from the instinct to make it too complex. Step 4, promote it for 3 to 5 days. So you're going to post daily about the problem your audience is facing, the transformation they'll get from your workshop, and why they should grab a seat. Your post could be, most people overthink X. I'm running a 90-minute workshop to walk you through it step by step. Something simple. Again, you're going to teach people how to get their first 10 emails on an email list. You're not going to teach them, the Rubik's cube of da 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 da. You're going to teach them one thing because people really, really crave clarity. Here's another example post. You don't need a course, you need a game plan. Join my workshop, $47, one afternoon, one result. Something like that. So you're going to use the jargon and the language that you normally use. Post on Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, inside groups, anywhere you already show up. Step 5, deliver the workshop. Keep it high value and interactive. You're going to use slides or visuals if helpful, but don't overdo it. Don't spend so much time prepping for it that you don't end up doing it or that you get too nervous because there's so many things to remember to do. Do what I'm doing here. Make a page here and walk people through it. Focus on teaching 2 to 3 key lessons or frameworks and include a Q&A at the end. I want to speak to you a little bit about ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I feel, is a great tool. I'm an investor in OpenAI, which runs it. But you want to avoid letting ChatGPT do everything for you. You want to keep your voice. Don't lose your voice in all of this AI, okay? Let me know what you think about that. But don't lose your voice. Send a replay if you promised it in that upsell. Now, step 6, invite attendees to take the next step. Offer a paid one-on-one call, going back to this other offer. For those who want deeper help, you can do this on the call, or you can do it in the follow-up email for everybody. Even if they didn't pay for anything extra, you can always email them and say, thank you for coming to this. If you have any questions, ask me, or I offer a one-on-one calls if you want, right? Offer your school membership for continued support. Again, if you want to have a school membership, and then ask them to share the workshop with friends or tag someone who should have been there, because then you're going to get ready to announce the next one you're going to do. And then you're going to send it to the people who already attended. This is a few days later, who already attended, and tell them, hey, either you get a discount for coming to it for a second time, or you can, just make sure your friend is there. You can just let them know and give them first dibs. So your next steps right now in your first 5K is to plan your workshop today, post a wait list or interest thread in the community to show us what you're working on. But again, remember, this is not your marketplace. Your marketplace is outside. And then sell your first 5 to 10 seats by the weekend. And what I mean by that is within the next, 7 days, have your first 5 to 10 seats. You might play with pricing. I wouldn't go too far over the pricing because, again, you want to keep it simple. It's good to have it happen. Now, I did this with a YouTube workshop last year. Went really well. Before I had my full-on YouTube course and my YouTube membership, I had a $97 YouTube workshop, and it was so much fun. It was about 60 minutes long. At the end of it, I was able to talk about a larger course that I had, but it was so good. And I did not have to run myself ragged doing it. I just had to provide value. What I did was I explained why YouTube was so important and why it was something you didn't want to miss out on. I didn't go and give you my whole course in 60 minutes. I didn't teach everybody, this is how you upload, this is how you do. I actually just opened people's eyes and their minds to what is possible on YouTube, gave them some of my stats, and gave them a little behind the scenes, and then gave them a little bit to chew on and think about and to imagine. And that was worth it. People came back to it over and over and over again. And in fact, some people came back and paid $97 just to watch the replay. So this is something that you can do. Remember what we're doing here. We're looking at one of these offers, and we're going to run with it and see how it does.
How to sell a simple done for you service. This is another great option for you. Why this works. It's easier to sell a done for you help than coaching or info when you're just starting out. People will pay for speed, convenience, and clarity, and especially busy entrepreneurs or small businesses will look to these types of offers. So let's say you have one client at $250 per week. That's $1,000 from one offer. So another way of thinking about this is you could turn this into a productized offer, meaning that it is something that people pay for, almost like a subscription, like a SaaS product, but it's you doing a service, or you can do it a one-off, one time. So you can charge $250, $500, $1,000. Step one, you're going to choose which service. So pick something you already know how to do, and it takes you under 5 hours total spread across a full week, because you don't want it to get too cumbersome. You don't need to have a certification in it, although that kind of works in your favor, but it's just something that you do that helps people. An example, you could design a one-page website or a link in bio. You could set up an email newsletter or lead magnet system. You could write emails for people or their social media copy. Like copywriting as a service is really in right now. And it's also lucrative because a lot of times people don't know how to write. Even with ChatGPT, which I use all the time, obviously, it's still this hidden art to be able to write. And if you write well naturally, that's something you can do faceless without even worrying about people like having to do a video unless you use that to promote. And it's also something that if you know how to write and you know how to use something like ChatGPT, you then become unstoppable because you know the right prompts to put in. Anybody can use ChatGPT, but if you know the right prompts, then you're really off to the races. So you can build Notion dashboards, or organize people's drives. I paid someone on Fiverr a few weeks ago just to take a lot of the printed mail. So I paid two different people. Okay. One person is with me in Los Angeles. I mean, they live here. They got all the mail, all this physical mail that I had for one of my businesses, or actually a few of my businesses. They organized the mail. They opened up the mail for me, and then they scanned it. Then they scanned it into a Google Drive. And then I paid a second person who is remote who has experience in accounting to go through and call various tax places, call different vendors, call different places, and just get everything on a spreadsheet for me to tell me the status of everything. Because there was just so much going on at once. And I did that. And like, that's what a CPA could do. A bookkeeper could do that. But you could do that. Like the part that goes to the very expensive CPA or the very expensive lawyer, that part, if people are willing to pay for people to organize the documents and the paperwork, they can hand off to the more expensive people, because then those more expensive people don't have to get paid to do something that, let's say it costs $750 to pay a lawyer per hour, but you can pay someone $100 or $150 or $250 an hour, or for, $1,000 for the project, and not pay $3,000 to the lawyer. Is this making sense? Okay. Step two, you're going to package it clearly. So here's an example. I am doing a 1 week website setup. So in 1 week, I will set up your website. And what's really helpful for you for this, that's going to take you over the edge here, is to have a kind of an expertise in one type of website, one or two. So let's say you're really good at Go High Level, or it's called High Level, Go High Level. You can figure out, okay, I'm going to teach myself how to make websites on Go High Level. If you go to arlansallaccess.com, and if you go to arlansallaccess.com, that was on Go High Level. Now, I did the most recent edits, but when I originally did it, I had someone create that. And I think I paid them $300. $300 to create this one-page landing page. And it took them about 3 days. And they answered some of my questions, and they just did it. And I could have taught myself how to do that, but I just wanted someone to do it and just kind of take it off my plate. Is this starting to resonate with you where I am paying a lot of people to do stuff for me, to give me back my time so that I can do higher leveraged things with my time, which means that people will pay you to do stuff that you can just do with your eyes closed if it gives them their time back. Another thing you could say is, you're going to get up to X number of pages built with your branding and content, deliver it with a certain number of days. And this is the price paid up front. Or you could do pay me half now as a deposit and the other half when I finish it. Step 3, set up a simple booking process. You don't need to have a full website. You can use Google. You can use Stripe, PayPal, Calendly with the payment. We've talked about that when it comes to that one-on-one consulting. You can do the same thing. You can have a school membership that in the classroom, you have it as an upsell and it's like, okay, it's $250 to deliver this thing. And then you get the information about that. Or you could have it on Gumroad or ConvertKit Commerce. What I do is I just have PayPal links linked off to it or Stripe links linked off to a very simple landing page, either on High Level or on Card. If you use CARRD.co, Card, CARRD.co, you can have these beautiful landing pages. You can have beautiful landing pages on ConvertKit, which is now called Kit. That part shouldn't cost you a lot of money. Ask these questions on your form. What do you need help with? Link to any existing materials or accounts that I can use to create the thing that I'm creating for you. And what's your deadline? Now you can ask that or you can tell, right? Just tell people this is what I do, this is what you're going to get, and just deliver on that. And you can over deliver by getting it to them sooner. Try to be very simple with how you do this so that you can take on more than one client at a time and you can just deliver it to them. And then you're going to promote it. And you can use social different ways that you can promote it. And we go over that multiple times, but take a pause this right now and look through how you can promote it. And then step 5 is deliver, delight, and repeat. Complete the mission. Confirm the expectations like we talked about. Deliver it on time or early to over deliver. Over communicate once or twice during the week. So you can just say, hey, just want to let you know we're 2 days in and things are looking good, ... Okay. Like I have someone who is doing some ads for me for the first time because I don't really do ads, direct response. And, it takes a few days to get things set up, but they let me know, like every couple of days, they'll send me a Loom video and they'll just say, here's what's going on, or here's where we are with things. Or here's, what I would suggest you send in to me. That works too. Now I do this myself. I have several clients who I work with one-on-one. I consult, I hand them things, and I use school as like my Notion, essentially. I use school as the platform, the container. And I will update them and I'll put a date on the updates and I'll give them the materials they need and I'll ask the questions that I need to get from them in order to do the work. Ask for a testimonial. Your testimonials are worth their weight in gold. And then offer a follow-up service or retainer if you feel like that's the next great thing for them. If it worked out, for instance, you could say, okay, you paid me $250 to make this website. After you do it, after you complete it and they love it, you can say for $100 a week or $100 a month, I will do maintenance. So I'll do 2 updates for you if you want to get into the subscription. Or you could say you paid me $1,000 to create XYZ, and you can become a client of mine where for $500 a month, I do these 3 things that make sure that the work that we've done here continues to make you money, or continues to help you with your health, or continues to help you with your relationships, etc. So you're going to choose your offer and write the 3-sentence package that we talked about before. And if you need to review any of this, go back and review it. You're going to set up a quick intake form. Again, you can do Google Forms. I use Typeform a lot because it integrates with Calendly and PayPal. And then you can announce it this week. You only need one person to say yes. How to sell a digital template or tool, something that you can sell for $10 to $250 on repeat. You build it once, maybe you update it every once in a while, and then you sell it forever.
No calls, no scheduling, no burnout. So this is really great for introverts, people who are shy, people who are private, people who like the faceless part of things. If you also don't feel that way, but you just want something that is passive, truly passive, there are very few things that are, but this is one of them. And you want something that is valued more than just the information that can be on things. So we're going to talk about what that means. When we talk about templates, tools, things that are actually kind of movable, interactive. So step one is you're going to choose a practical, time-saving template. Pick something that you've made that you already use, then package it for others. I've already seen so many people in the posts and the comments who have their own products that they use for their own productivity, makes their lives easier. It's probably something you may not even think about as being valuable, but it is something that you use. And if someone else does not have it, it could be potentially good for them. Step two, you're going to polish that and package it. Now, if you don't already have this, then you would do some ideation with the my special GPT that's below, and it would help you figure out what this is going to be. So make it easy to understand and to use. Add instructions or a short Loom video if needed. You can go to loom.com. You can record a video. I'm on Zoom, so you can do it on there too. But just like this, Loom makes it really easy to do it, to record it, and to move your video around, move your screen around. But you can explain how it works, and again, makes it so that your customer service is just you in a video. Include a cover image or screenshot to show what's inside. And then you're going to give give it the file a name that communicates a result. Because remember, these are going to be downloads. People are going to download this. Right now, for instance, you're downloading my eBook and my audiobook, and the file name is shown on the download. So you want it to be something that is not some random name. It also will help if you can make it like the title of it, like the 10K offer planner, like my 5K one. So you want it to be more specific. Optionally, you can add one or two bonus files to boost the perceived value. I did this with my revenue playbook. One of my upsells is a 50 prompt for ChatGPT, 50 prompt list that helps you generate more revenue and figure things out. It's very helpful, but it's a bonus that is added to help with that bundle. Step three, set up your sales page. You can use Bump Sell. You can use Gumroad. That is a great one to use. And obviously there are many, many other ways you can do it. So your sales page basics. You want a simple title, 2 to 3 bullet points about what it helps with. You want a preview image or demo screenshot, and a button to buy instantly. You want to keep it simple. You don't want to spend a lot of money. You don't want to spend a lot of time, but you want it to be nice. You could start this at $10 to $25 and go higher as demand grows. As the demand grows, the prices go just a little bit higher, a little bit higher. So on the bump sale side, it starts at $1 and you raise the price by $1 increments. And that's what you get to select on the bump sale if you do it this way. Step 4, share it like a hack, not a product. So when promoting it, don't just say, hey, I made this. Instead, you can say something like, this is the exact tracker I used to stay focused and close 3 clients last month. Or use my Notion system to manage content, clients, and clarity in under 10 minutes a day. Or here's the Google Sheet I wish I had when I started my freelance business. You can grab it now. Again, all of this is kind of about other businesses, but this can be for non-businesses. There's a member of my inner circle and Arlan's All Access. Her name is Rebecca, and she has an incredible, really cool tracker for parents who have children who are in different athletics from, first grade up, because you have all these games you need to go to, and you have all these different things you have to keep up with, like outfits, and I'm sure it's not called outfits, but sports terms. And she found that it was she was keeping track of it, but not a lot of the parents were. And so she made this tracker, and that tracker is something she sells on its own, and she also puts it inside of a membership that people can buy. So it's very, very cool. She made it once, and then she gets to sell it forever. Step 5, repost weekly plus stack your sales. So put it in your school profile. You might have a link tree on your social, and you might want to put it on the top of a sales page if you're funneling. You want to share customer results or use cases once people start buying. People are going to start emailing you and saying, hey, this was so helpful. At least that's what you want. You want that positive feedback. So if you're getting that feedback, reply to them and say, thank you so much. Do you mind if I show this on the sales page? Do you mind if I show your testimonial, or repeat it? Or do you mind jumping on a Zoom real quick and talking to me about how it worked out? They may do it. They may say yes. You never know. So your next steps are, you're going to pick a tool or system that you've already created for yourself, or you're going to use my chat GPT, my custom GPT that is linked below, and it's going to help you come up with something. It'll help you come up with an infinite number of ideas based on your interests and skills. And then you're going to polish that and upload it to something like Gumroad, which lets you do it, or a bump sale. They don't work together. So you either need to pick a price, and it's one price that everybody pays, and put it on Gumroad or something similar. Or you can put it on bump sale and have different sales going where it's incremental pricing. I would suggest, if you're just getting started and you want to see it work, just do Gumroad. Check it out. See if you can sell it for $5, $10, $20. I've seen people make thousands of dollars with a $10 product. If it helps a lot of people. And the great thing about it too is that you can promote it, and you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. Remember, we talked about that earlier. If you don't want to be the face of this, or it's not something that is really about your personal brand, it's just something that's helpful, it's a tool on the side, then you actually can do faceless with this. So you want to post about it once a day for the next 3 to 5 days and see what happens. This is all a big experiment, and you won't know unless you try. Get that data, take that data, study it, and then iterate on it, and so on. We've reached one of my favorite offers that you can offer, and I've seen so many different types of people with different backgrounds offer this, even if they don't believe they can, even if they're a beginner. How to sell a $1,000 VIP day. And let's talk about it. So why VIP days work? And again, if you don't like the VIP, very important person language, which I really don't, you can change it to be called something else. It just needs to have a connotation, a feeling that is very special, and they get that time with you. So you're going to have one client, one customer for $1,000, and you don't have to have a ton to do well. You are going to deliver massive value in a focused time window. So this is great for people who are helpful, organized, or skilled. So if one of those words don't fit you, it's all good, because if you're helpful, this will work. If you're organized, this will work. And if you're skilled, this will work. But if you're not ready for full service business or a course yet, this is something you can do. You can do it one time and just see how it works, and you're not beholden to it. So I wouldn't make it this thing where you're having to do all kinds of promotion for it and you have it all set up and all scheduled. Just try it once or twice. And then if you love it, you can keep doing it. And this builds confidence and the proof that you can later turn into a bigger offer or retainer. Now, I want to talk about something really quick before I go on to step 1. When you think about a VIP day, let me tell you why it works on the other side, on the side for the client. Okay, because I do a lot of VIP days and I charge a lot of money for them. And I'm going to tell you why it works for someone else. When we do an offer, sometimes we'll think to ourselves that working with someone and charging them, let's say we're going to charge them $1,000. We might think to ourselves, that's a lot of money. And so I need to provide a lot of value. And a lot of value means I need to give them a lot of my time. I need to give them a lot of resources and a lot of tools. And and it can't be short. It can't be like a day. It can't be like a week. It needs to be over several weeks. I need to give them phone calls and this and that. And the truth of the matter is, even though some people do like working with you year round, and you will have those clients too, what most people want is convenience and results. So say that out loud to yourself. I know you're probably by yourself, or maybe if someone's going to listen to this, but say it out loud because I want this to be embedded in your mind when you're thinking about your offers, especially this one. They want convenience and they want results. And if you can do that, you can do something that would have normally taken them months to accomplish and figure it out in one day for them. It's so valuable to them. So I'll give you a quick example. I've paid people for VIP days because I say don't charge somebody for something unless you've paid that amount for something, which is how you can measure how much you want to charge basically for your first VIP day. But I paid someone $10,000. That's kind of a low one that I've done. I paid them $10,000 and they spent the day with someone on my team because I gave the VIP day to someone on my team because I didn't even have time for that. That tells you something, right? So what they did was they spent the day with them. They spent 6 or so hours. They talked, they asked questions, they went through all of their questions that they brought with them that's going to help them. And then they kind of mapped out for us what we're going to do for the XYZ. Going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. And at the end of it, they had the clarity which they were able to give me about what to do next. And then the day later, their team sent a little PDF, and the PDF had a summary of all the game plan and a few resources that were like, fonts and different designs and some arrows that told us, explain things a little bit. And it was customized for us. And that was it. 10K. I didn't need to say, well, what are you doing next week? Or when are we going to talk again? Never needed to talk to them again because they gave us the answers. They gave us the answers. And people are going to eventually, at some point, pay you for that. And one thing you can do is you can, if you're feeling really trepid, you have a lot of trepidation about this, you can do one for free for someone and act as if they paid you. Treat them as if they paid you so you can practice. So think about that as we're going through these quick steps. So the first step is you're going to pick a problem that you can solve in one day. Focus on something that gives your client a big win, clarity, or done for you setup. So it doesn't just have to be, oh, I'm going to give you some insights and I'm going to help you plan. It could just be, I'm going to do the done for you service we talked about, but it's going to be mixed in with you having that proximity to me and we're going to work together. So ask yourself, what do people always ask me to help with? What can I create, organize, fix, or plan in one day? What can I create, organize, fix, or plan in one day? What have I done for myself that others would pay for? So examples could be building a landing page and an email funnel, or setting up a content calendar and branded templates, organizing a launch plan or a travel itinerary, business or personal, writing a lead magnet and welcome sequence, and creating a digital system in Notion or Google Sheets. And these are separate examples. This could be an entire VIP day. So it's really, if you have an offer, you can actually turn it into all these different offers we're talking about and just have different versions of it. Step 2, define the container. Be clear about what they're going to get. You're going to have, in the prep side of things, you're going to give them a short intake form or questionnaire. I use Typeform. You can use Google Forms. You're just going to take in data from them, right? You're not going to give them too much homework, but you can ask them a few questions that will help you prepare. And you may even put some of that into ChatGPT to help you with the next parts. Your delivery is going to be something that's 4 to 6 hours of work in a day. Mine are 5-hour days, and they're in person. I do offer virtual VIP days, but I've not had one before. It's all been in person. People have flown in to meet with me. And I understand that I do have an audience. And so it's a little bit different, but you can start with someone local or you can do virtual. Support, optional follow-up, email for 7 days, 30-minute calls, something like that, like we talked about with the person I paid $10,000. An example off a format, okay? Just to try to apply this to anything you're thinking about, even if you don't have it perfectly figured out yet. I'll spend 1 day building your content system, your Canva templates, a weekly calendar, and a starter caption bank. You'll walk away ready to post with confidence. Step 3, price it at $1,000 and own that price. Forget about hourly rates. Aim for transformation and speed. What did I talk about? Convenience and results. Transformation and speed. You're giving them clarity, peace of mind, and real momentum. Pro tip, if you're nervous, select someone to do this for free and deliver it as if you paid full price. You'll have practice and a testimonial, which is what I said earlier, okay? Step 4, set up a simple booking and intake flow. Don't have to have a fancy site. Don't worry about, oh, I can't do that because I don't have this. It can be on card, CARRD. It can be a text. It can be an email. I just did a $25,000 launch. It wasn't a VIP. Well, it is a VIP day, but it's a kind of a group one. $25,000, and it was all through email and a PayPal link. Email and a PayPal link. You don't have to have a landing page for anything. So you can use a Google form and Stripe. You can use email and a PayPal link. You can use Calendly with a payment, which is really convenient, and others. Okay. So step 5, promote it with confidence. Imagine waking up with X done for you. So when you're thinking about promoting it, imagine waking up with all of your email sequence done for you. Imagine waking up with your entire course done for you, for example. That's what a VIP day is. I'm taking on one person this month, one client this month to do that with. You're going to say that in your videos. You're going to say that in your promotions. If you've been stuck trying to X, I'll do it for you in a day. DM me for details. So post 2 or 3 times per week across the different places you post. And then definitely, if you have an email list, this is where that can shine. Step 6, deliver and delight. Keep it focused and don't overpromise. Share a quick update midday to show progress and deliver the result with a Loom walkthrough and a tidy Google Drive folder. So again, that Loom walkthrough is always clutch. I love getting a Loom walkthrough that is less than 10 minutes. I can put it on 2X and it shows me my answers. I love getting that from people that I'm paying a lot of money to. It just makes it elevates it, even though it's not a big deal. So your next steps, you're going to pick your VIP day offer this week. If you think about it for too long, you'll get stuck. Set your first test client goal. So you're going to book one spot at $500, $750. You may do it for free. You may do it for $1,000. You're going to decide that, but you're going to decide it quickly. Post about it, even if it's just on your school or your Instagram or an email or a text to a few people. You're just going to put it out there. Once you deliver one, you'll feel ready to do 10, and you are going to have so much fun. I did not put that here, but you will have fun because it is a fun thing to do. If you're not having fun with it, there's something off. So you want to tweak it. But that's what you can figure out in that first one. Okay, so now you have so many ways that you can make $5,000. And if you take just this alone, you can go and make something happen. Now we're going to talk about funnels. We're going to talk about what a funnel is, how you can use it to make more money, and how you can get traffic to your funnel. Then we're going to get into where the real money happens. And I'll talk to you about these 3 separate parts in the next section. This is a really good one. Pay attention. You could be making money in order to bring on new customers, right? So what I mean by that is we all want more leads. We want more people we want to get in front of. And usually, especially through paid ads, we have to pay to have people come to us. But this is a way that you could actually have people signing up for your email list, signing up to be talked to, and perhaps have more follow on. And we'll talk about that in the second video of the series, and potentially have people pay you or have it paid to you that you actually get paid to have more leads. So I'll show you what I mean, because I know it sounds a little confusing. What I'm talking about is a funnel. And you may have heard this word before, or it may sound funny to you, but either way, I'm going to make this video for the people who are not familiar with it or who used it in the past and maybe didn't know exactly how to use it well. Because I'm only going to show you things that I've actually done or that I know that are proven. And I've actually done this. This isn't like this scammy, weird thing that you might think of it when you have that word in your mind. This is actually something. I'm not saying you're going to make $1 million off of this, although some people have. I'm saying that this can help bring in a few extra $100 per week. And I was in an Uber earlier today, which I'm in a lot, and I was doing the math. I was looking up as we were driving, and I was like, how much does the average Uber driver make? And what I was able to figure out is that they make between, and if they do this like several hours per week, somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 per year. And that does not include taxes. It doesn't include gas or maintenance on the car or the car itself. And it's an honest living, and I'm not putting it down at all. But I'm saying, oh, I wonder if like Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, Door Dashers, all of the people that I wanted to be and tried to be years ago when it was starting, I wondered if they could replace their salary with what I'm about to tell you right now. So if you could replace, let's say you make 3,000 a month, you're working retail, or you make 4,000 or 5,000 a month. If you do that, you could actually replace your salary with this. So if that sounds interesting to you, let me know in the comments and we'll get started. So I use ClickFunnels. And again, I'm going to show you my actual stats. You can see them here on the screen. If you're listening, come back and look at the screen. The actual stats for my most recent funnel. I am a big fan of memberships, especially on the school platform, and I teach that in Arlan's All Access and my other programs. I'm a big fan of using YouTube for traffic and for other things. And ClickFunnels to me is one of these add-ons that actually help. And if you bear with me, I think this could help a lot of people. So if you're not interested in this, all good. I'll see you on the next video. I'll see you next week or whatever. But if you're interested in this, I want you to think through this a little bit. Okay. So what I'm showing you right now is the funnel for my latest book, my new book that came out. And I'll try to get this without breaking anything over here. My new book, Arlan's Revenue Playbook. I'm taking you behind the scenes of what I'm actually doing. Okay. This is what I normally teach in my multi-$1,000 masterminds and inner circle. I'm telling you right now in this video. So this book is my third book. I love this book. It's super helpful. And if you have it, you know what I'm talking about. If you go to arlansrevenueplaybook.com, you're taken to a page that shows you the book, tells you a little bit about it, gives you some testimonials in some cases, and then it takes you through where you don't have to pay for the book itself. You pay for the shipping. In this case, it's $5 as of this filming. And then you check out, and I send you a book in a few days, and you can even get some other things. Now, what I want you to understand about this particular funnel is that I am not using this particular funnel to make a lot of money. That is not what it's for, at least when it comes to the original initial payments that people make. So you may, for instance, either have in the past or may do today, you may order my book from this funnel. And you'll see here, I don't think the unique visitors is accurate, by the way, because I think the opt-ins couldn't be this high. So it's a little bit weird. So I don't know about these two stats, but look at the page views. These will not be your numbers necessarily. I have a lot of people that I'm sending there, but just kind of use your own numbers. Say the page views was 100, right? You got 100 people to go look at it over a certain amount of time. This is in the last 4 weeks since I launched. Now, opt-ins is the number of people who have given me their email address whether or not they've ordered the book. Okay, so that's a really important number of people in just a month. 3,600 people have given me their email addresses, and I thank you for that. Now the sales is $17,492. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for a month for something online, and something kind of cool, right? We've had 1,160 orders so far in this, less than a month. Maybe it's been like 26 days, something like that. And that's amazing. More than 1,000 of these books are out to people, are going out either on their way or have reached people. And for the most part, it's paperback. Sometimes we're out of them. So when we're out of them, you get the option to get the ebook, you buy the ebook for less. But for your purposes, this is where things get interesting. I'm gonna show this to you. I'm gonna show you these stats. Okay. So this isn't all of the stats for this time period, but let's just say yesterday. I want you to look at this. This is interesting. Okay, so this is not a typical day. This is lower than a typical day because what I did was we did not have paperbacks available. And for the past, I don't know, 5 days, we haven't had paperbacks available. We'll try to get more in April. What I'm trying to do with this book, what I am accomplishing is with this book funnel is I don't have to spend money out of my pocket ultimately to send you a book. The books cost, a certain amount to print, costs a certain amount to ship, more to ship than to print. And you're paying $5 in shipping on the paperback versions of it. So ultimately, what I'm doing is making it so that the average of what somebody spends pays for the books. Now, this is interesting because this is actually for the ebook. That's $4 because we're out of the paperback at the time of this filming. So what happened, yesterday, is we had 8 orders on a Saturday. It's kind of slower on a Saturday. They each paid the $4. So that's 8 times 4 equals 32. But it's $176 in sales. And the average average purchase was $22. How did that happen? Well, if you look here, I had some bump sales that's different than the other bump sale that we have. Order bump, right? Order bumps. So if you can go to it right now and just see this, you don't even have to pay for anything. You just see it in action. Go to arlansrevenueplaybook.com. Type in your email address, click the next step. The next step you'll see, okay, $4 if it's for the ebook or $5 if it's for the paperback. And then you'll see free shipping if there's a shipping option. And then you'll see below that, if you want this extra stuff, you can add this to your checkout. So for $97, it give you 6 crazy bonuses that's worth a lot more than that. And it's all digitally sent to you. Or for $47, you get to join List Builder Pro, which is like my $500 worth, in my opinion and other people's opinion, of an entire membership for the lifetime that you get to learn how to build your email list. So one person picked that out of the 8, and one person picked 47 out of the 8. So you had a total of 176. And then when you average that from the 8 orders, boom, you have the $22. Does that click? Does that make sense? So when you think about the paperback, when you think about this, that I think, let's customize it to maybe last Friday where we would have had the paperback. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, so that was more, right? It's going to say, so 49 people ordered the paperback for free, paid shipping. They paid $5. But 4 people got this order bump and 3 people got this order bump. So it was a total of $774, 49 books that I need to send out, print and send out, and average cart value of $15.80. $15.80 will cover the printing and the shipping and the freight of all the things and the handling, because I have a 3PL of the books. So I get to send out 49 books. You paid $5, most likely for your book. You get an awesome book that's incredibly valuable, the contents of it. about 10%, 10% or so, 8% or so got an exclusive bonus that's worth far more than what they paid. And it all averaged out to me being able to send that to you without me putting money out. So the reason I'm doing this is a couple of reasons. When you think about the paperback version, and please stay with me because this is so important. It's going to change some people's lives. Okay. When you think about the paperback version, what do I also have? Well, I have 49 email addresses. I have 145 people, and this is just one day in this month, 145 people total who gave me their email addresses, 49 people who bought the book. So 145 people that I can send messages to over time and tell you more about my YouTube channel, tell you more about, maybe my in-person event, tell you more about my thoughts, my process, even the book itself. And some of those people are going to join Arlan's All Access. Some of those people are going to get the next thing. Some of them won't, but some of them will. So it's not about just what I made here. It's about this long tail, long term. What do I also have, which is even more powerful? I have 49 people in that day alone who have this book. And in this book, I teach you so much of what I've learned in the past year and beyond. And you get to know 22 people from Arlan's All Access. So you better believe in this past 26 days or so, there have been a lot of people who have signed up to Arlan's All Access because they read the contents of the book. Now, that's a trip on its own. Let's go back to yesterday, where I did not have the paperback version available because we are out of them for the next few days. 8 people purchased the eBook. And again, 1 and 1 for these order bumps. 27 people gave me their email addresses, and I'll be talking to them in a follow-up. When you do something and you don't sell a physical object, a physical product, it's all digital. All of this would go in my pocket. Now, again, for my particular funnel, I'm sending it all into the books. But if I didn't have physical books and I just had the ebook, I could make this in a day. Is that starting to add up? Do the math on $176 times 7 days. That's $1,232. Now, if you divide $1,232 by, let's say you have a job that pays you no, hold on. I'm going to do it the other way around. Let's say you have a job that pays you $20 an hour. You'd have to work 61 and a half hours to get the same amount that I got from having this page and building it once and sending traffic to it. So imagine you get something like $100 a day, $50 a day, $3,000 a month, $1,500 a month for building something once, sending traffic to it, and it working for you while you're sleeping. Now you might say, okay, well, what? And oh, by the way, I'm going to tell you some really important thing in a moment. I have a link in the description and the pinned comment that you can use. And if you don't see it in the description, definitely look in the pinned comment. You can use this link to learn and get something extremely valuable when it comes to this. And if you use this link, you get a bonus. I'll tell you about it in a second. So stay tuned for that. You may be saying, well, what do I sell? If you already have something that you sell, this is going to help you just explode the growth of that, like just go crazy on it. If you don't, it's always that process of starting something. There are 3 main things you can sell. Now, there's 1,000 things you could sell, but I'm going to tell you 3 main to start getting your juices flowing. The first one is some type of lead magnet. We talked about lead magnets being this freebie or something really low ticket. So think about a checklist, think about a PDF, even a video that's like proprietary that, you know, you spend time on, a workshop, something like that, where it's a lead magnet that you may give away for free, but it's worth a ton of money. And let's say you sold it for $4, for $7, for something under $10. Okay. And you sent people to it, and that's the main topic of the funnel. And it can be an ebook like I did. It can be so many different things, as long as it's valuable to your customers, something that like it's worth, you feel proud to sell, that you know is going to be helpful. You put it in as the main attraction on your funnel. Then the key is to have 1 or 2 order bumps where you say, hey, for $17, you can get XYZ. For $37, you can get this. So you put the one that is more expensive at the top, you know, the next one down is the first order bump, and then you put the lower one there. That's just a little bit of psychology that has like changes the dynamics of your payment. So you could do something for it. You wouldn't do anything more than $100 in this order bump. And you wouldn't do anything more than $10. And this is for mainly for beginners. Like other people are going to have other things, but for beginners, something that costs less than $10 as your main, then 2 order bumps. One of them is 37, one of them is 17, one of them is 47, one of them is 7. You know, you could play around with the numbers. Things that end with 7 tend to work well for some reason. In this case, that's one thing. So what do you have that you could sell and that you could think of that? Well, I'm going to learn how to get the traffic and we're going to do all this. The second thing you could sell, and this is an or situation, is you could sell an actual like live thing that's happening, a live event on virtual. So it could be this workshop, which I mentioned in the lead magnets, but this is kind of a little bit different. It could be a webinar. It could be a summit. It could be like a 3-day, we're going to get on for, 2 hours per day coming up, and you get access for $47. You could do a challenge, like a 5-day challenge. We talked about that in a previous video, what a 5-day challenge could look like as free, but you could charge $27 for it, or you could charge $9 for it, or $97 for it, right? Anything under 100. And you have to know your audience. You have to know the value. You have to know a lot of that. But this is bringing people in. You have them in the funnel. And it's not like a regular website where it is just like, oh, I have this. I'm going to go to the about page. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to learn this. It is just like a funnel. It is, you come here and you go to you have one purpose. And because you have these order bumps, some percentage of the people, as long as the order bumps are like really irresistible and valuable, are going to get those. And then you're going to start seeing that your average cart value, again, we're not going to do physical for these two. Your average cart value is $5 or 10 or 12 or 20. And then your goal is going to be, what can I make in a month to start to offset what I make by working for other people? And your other goal is going to be, okay, that's really cool, but that's not where the real money is. The real money and the longevity and the time you get to spend with people is in that long tail. And again, on the second of 3 videos, I'll teach you all about that long tail part, which is so important. So start to think through. Now, the third is a physical product. It could be a beauty product. It could be your CPG, product. It could be a book. It could be a book. But just make sure it's good. Make sure that it's high quality and you're really proud of it. There's this guy, he sold millions of dollars worth of flashlights. Now, I think you should do something that you find really interesting and that is like true to you. I don't think you should just be like a flea market. That's just my personal opinion. But there are so many options for it. Like, this isn't like drop shipping or I don't know, all these different things that I see these young guys doing. That's not what this is. This is like, okay, I already have something that I do. Maybe you are a consultant. Maybe you are a medical professional. Maybe you are a therapist. I could go on and on. And this is one way to direct traffic to do what you would like it to do. You do not do this instead of the memberships that I tell you about. In fact, in your funnel, you could actually direct people to your membership. You could even sell your paid membership here. Your paid membership or some portion of it could be an order bump. Your paid membership could be the main attraction, right? But you have to think about the pricing. So what I did for a little bit is I put a few months of my membership in for a certain amount. And there's not just order bumps, but there are order pages and different things you can do. But I would say keep it really simple to start out like this, because your first funnel may or may not work out. Your third funnel may or may not, your fifth. But if you keep doing it, you keep tweaking and figuring stuff out and studying the data, and you think long term and you spend a good amount of time on it, you can work it out. One of the things you can do all this stuff here, like there's all kinds of apps and stuff you can download. But one of the things you can do is there's automations. So automations is like your Zapier or those are integrations too. Actually, there's like integrations you can do, but the automations are, what's that follow-up funnel? That's a phrase you'll hear, this follow-up funnel. And what it means is it doesn't necessarily mean another landing page. What it's actually referring to is that you get to, when you have these emails from everybody, because we talked about that in the first video, you have these emails, even from people who didn't necessarily buy from you, or maybe even you have there are types of funnels that are not meant to be paid. They're meant to just have that lead magnet and collect emails. So what do you do with those emails? Well, I'll show you. So there's a few that I have here, but what I'll show you here is when people get my book, look at how many of those I have. When people get my book, they go through a workflow. And if people don't get my book, they go through a workflow. So I'll show you both of them. So for this one, I'm going to click here, and it's going to load for a second here. And this is ClickFunnels 2.0. Use my link so you can go get started with them. I get an affiliate payment when you sign up using my link. So this part, they teach you how to do this. So I'm not going to teach you how to do every step of this. It's not really what this is. It's more so to show you what it does, like the power of it. So I did all of this on my own. So cool. So what happens is, and this one is actually a newer one, so it doesn't have everybody listed. I started this maybe halfway through, maybe 10 days ago. So what it does is you give it like a trigger. In my case, a successful purchase of the book, right? And I just learned all of this stuff, like from watching their video tutorials and going through the process that I'm sending you to. Like there's a whole, they teach you all this stuff. So my trigger is somebody successfully purchases. They either get the paperback or they get the ebook. The next thing I do is I delay. So you can always, right here, you push the plus sign. And when you push the plus sign, it gives you all these options. And one thing is you can say, I want to delay for however long. And another one is I want to add an email, or I want to pause, or I want to do something, or I want to do a split test where some people go here and some people go there. So here I have delayed. This is where you get an audiobook and an ebook for everybody on a certain trigger. And then I have another delay for another day. So then that happens almost immediately, 3 minutes. Then I have another delay, and it's for a day. So you wait for a day. Again, this is new. I added this one to the top, so you'll see actually more people lower. But anyway, I added, and this one is an unlisted video. So this is what I typed to let me know what this is. Okay. So the subject of it comes to people and it says, this video isn't public. So a day after you get the book, you get this email from me. And in the email, I say, let's see what I say. I say, hey, it's a picture of me because I put this here. I put the YouTube video. This is actually an unlisted video. I say, thank you for ordering my book. It's really great. You should receive an email, da-da-da-da-da. Check your this, da-da-da. Then watch your video. If you feel like you've tried in the past, what you've tried in the past is just not working anymore. And I'm not selling anything. I'm not telling them to buy anything. I'm just saying, watch this video. Okay. And this video talks about my different programs. And I decided to test having that earlier in the funnel because I'm doing something right now that is kind of like time sensitive. But you can have this 20 days from now or whatever, right? Then I have another delay. The next one, why you need to make more money, where I send people to another YouTube video. I'm not selling anything. I just send you to a video. Then I do a delay for 2 days because I'm like, I don't want to give them the next day, but you could do that. How to work with me every day. This is where I talk about Arlan's All Access, and I send people and I say, go sign up for a call with someone who is a current member of Arlan's All Access. And a lot of people do that. Then you say 2 days, here's Giselle's story, because I just talked about Giselle on another video, who is this like incredible case study in Arlan's All Access. And it's just, hey, I want you to be exposed to the information that I have. And it goes on and on and on. I can keep doing this, okay? Why consultants need YouTube, and I'm going, right? And you just keep going. So there's some things that are just delayed. So people, depending on when they came in, they're gonna be delayed, and then they're gonna have that trigger. So what this means for you, why this is so important and so powerful, is that it's not about necessarily, like, even though if you do a digital product, you may be paid an extra $20 a day, 50, 100, or even more per day, which is absolutely amazing. But think about over a 1, 2, 3, 6 month period. If you had these delays, like every couple of days or every 3 days or every week, you could actually just create a nurture sequence, a newsletter, whatever you want, and you can have every single person who gets the thing from you, you can have them get more information from you. Sometimes you can sell to them, sometimes you don't. But think about that trust built over time, and that time with you. You can direct them to a YouTube video, direct them to your membership. So what I'm doing there is I'm playing a long game. And I'm saying over time, over several weeks, I'm seeing, and I started to see it. People will see enough of it to understand, okay, I have the book. I started reading the book. I got the book. Now I'm also seeing this video that has to do with it. I also put emails that have to do with particular chapters, right? So someone who may have just put the book down and never looked at it, they pick it back up. You do that over time, and you have this constant stream of people coming in. Some people are going to be on that first day. Some people will be on day 60. And you just make this nurture sequence. Now, what happens to people who do not purchase? You can have a cart abandonment, meaning the people would have to give you their email address, because there is that part where they give you the email address, they click through and they say, yeah, I want to see the next thing. Then they decide for some reason, I just don't want to get the book, or I don't want to get the lead magnet, or I don't want to get the workshop. There are 3 times as many people who did that as who purchased something. So that's, in my case, thousands of people who are now able to go through here. And again, this is a newer one, so it doesn't have everyone. But this is where you can see where I added a delay for 3 hours, and then I split test. And I say in those 3 hours, some people, and you'll see 693 people said, let me go back and get that book. And they did. So I did the split test, which is conditional. And it says if somebody went back and purchased something, we end this here because they're going to get picked up in that other workflow, right? But if they didn't after 3 hours, what are we going to do? We're going to send them an email that says, hey, don't forget your book. And I say in the book, right? And some people buy it. Some people do that. But even if they don't, I'm going to do this again. Okay, maybe they did it in that time. Maybe that was enough to get, on their radar. So you can see the revenue versus the ones that went here. If they did it, I have another opportunity to talk to them. Hey, just so you know, your book is free. You just pay for shipping, right? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. And then they go there, or you got me. Okay. I'm ready. Delay again. Now I'm going to get away from the book. Well, actually, this is not getting away from the book. This is where I say, look, if that didn't convince you, does it convince you that I didn't take a $200,000 book deal to do this book so I could get it out to you sooner? And then you have people there, and that whether they buy or not, they're seeing you, right? Then another one, here's Arlan's All Access. Some people will and this won't show the revenue of people who actually join because it's not attached to ClickFunnels. But some people are like, at this point, they're like, let me go look at that. Even though I'm not going to get this $5 book, I do want to go over here and look at this other thing. Because at this whole time, every single time, and some people do, they could unsubscribe. But if they're not unsubscribing, there's still a chance for them to say, yeah, how many of those do you have? I have like hundreds, hundreds of times where, like in my inbox, where people are writing to me and it's been 6 months and I haven't purchased anything from them. But I'm in their mix and I open some of their emails and I look at some of their videos and I click through and some of them I just turn into a customer. Then this is one, even though you didn't get the book, I'm going to let you know that, hey, your customers are on YouTube. Watch this really informative video. So I'm nurturing them too, right? And I can continue to add to that. So that's why it's very, very powerful to do this nurture sequence. Now, you know what I'm going to say. If you have been watching any of my other videos on YouTube, you know that I love YouTube for traffic. I think that YouTube is still, after all these years, still such a slept on resource and platform, because most people have some sort of idea of what YouTube is, but they don't necessarily know how powerful it is. So I have an entire playlist on my YouTube channel. Just click on my name and it teaches you about YouTube. I won't get into the nitty-gritty of all of that, but I will say this. If you build a YouTube channel, even if you've already built one, you've already started making videos, you can always start from wherever you are. And you create content that is valuable to other people, especially to your ideal customer. And you give away as much as you can for free of this information, like I'm doing right now. And you do it consistently, meaning once a week, twice a week, 2 times a month, etc., but with a pattern, a schedule, consistently and for a while. You will train YouTube to understand what type of channel you are. Its algorithm will then sweep you up and put your videos in front of people who are interested. It's as simple as that. It does not take a lot of brain power. It's not like the most complex thing, but the reason not everybody does it is because it does take time. It takes trial and error. It takes being rejected a little bit when you get no video views this week. But I tell you what, the people that I've seen, dozens and dozens of them that I work with directly, the ones that I've seen who just say, okay, I'm just going to post. I'm just going to post and I'm going to post. And I'm going to post if it gets 5 views or if it gets 5,000 views. And I'm going to keep going. They always find a way to win because it's kind of this, it's just mechanical. It's an algorithm that is very specific and clear in how it wants to be treated. So YouTube is a really great place to do it. And this is a bonus when it comes to YouTube. This one's really interesting. If you get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, and the watch hours need to be in a 12-month period, you become monetized on YouTube, which means that from that point on, YouTube will pay you to put its ads at the front of your videos, and in some cases, the mid-roll. You get to decide if you want it in the mid-roll. So you say, yes, I want this video to be monetized. They put ads there. You can even say, I don't want to have tobacco, or I don't want to have this, and they don't do tobacco anyway, but they don't want to have certain kinds that they can avoid. I do that because I don't want to have anything that's alcohol. I don't want to have any of that. You can even say that, and then they put the ads up, and then they make money, and they give you about half of that money. So you could be in a situation where you are not only getting paid by your funnel to get more people on your email list, but that you're getting paid by YouTube to send people to that funnel. That is crazy and funny and amazing to me. That you could either work retail or work a 9 to 5. You can do data entry, everything that I've done in the past, every single thing I'm listing. You can either do that for $13 an hour, $17, $20, $27 an hour, work 40 hours a week or overtime, or you could set up these systems that are all from your house, spend some time on it, and send it out into the world, and it's making money for you. Like this video will make money for me for months, if not years. So YouTube is the number one way that I think you can send traffic, especially if you don't have an audience, because it's like everybody can start at the same place, and you can really make something happen with YouTube. Now, a lot of times people are like, I've been on YouTube for a year, I've posted every single week, nothing's happening. There are things you have to learn about YouTube. If you don't have a good thumbnail, if you don't have a good title, if you spend a lot of time getting started on your video and don't have a great hook, if your concept isn't interesting, if it's not valuable, if you post in the middle of the night, there's so many things, but they can be learned. And I teach them. I teach them all the time for free on YouTube. So yes, you may not have had the experience and the great experience that I'm describing in the past, but it can be done. So emails, YouTube is first, and emails. If you already have an email list, which a lot of people have, this is a great excuse to email everybody, say, hey, go pick up the checklist, go pick up this lead magnet, go pick up this new book I have, this new ebook, this summit I'm doing for 3 days, this 1 hour webinar, this new journals that I have physical journals that you can buy one, but your email list, if you have one, and you can certainly, if you don't have one, you can certainly grow one. And then again, you've already learned that the funnel itself will help you grow one too. But the email list you already have, and all the work you've done and your free memberships, all of that, you can send traffic from that. So you're going to have your email list. If you have a free membership that we've been working on in Arlan's All Access, you're going to use that, send people to it, post about it. And then you'll have them, as part of that as well. Your free school membership. Now, if you're not familiar with what I mean by your free school membership, I teach this in Arlan's All Access. I've also taught it for free on YouTube. Just do some keyword searches or look through my different playlists. Another way you can get traffic is you can go through your social. Instagram is a great place. LinkedIn is great. Those are the top two, in my opinion. That's just my personal preference. You also have X, whatever. You also have TikTok, not as sustainable, but I know a lot of people who have done really well with their TikTok. So it just depends on what you're doing, what your niche is, what your offer is. But you have those traffic sources as well. And then the people in your phone, like in your contact list, there are some people in there who would love to take a look at what you have to offer. So go through that list and just say, hey, I'm doing this. You don't have to spam anybody or write to anybody that you don't think you really want them to know about this. But there may be some people you met at a conference or people that are part of a group. You don't even realize it or remember it. And this is a perfect way.
You're doing an amazing job in this course. If you have made it this far, give yourself a pat on the back. It is not easy to push through your fears and your preconceived notions to get through. You've learned so much. Believe me, if you finish this course, you'll know more than 99.99% of the world's population when it comes to these topics, and you'll be on your way. Now we're going to get into something that is really important when it comes to tying everything we've learned so far together and really driving it home. We're going to talk about traffic. How do we take our unique value proposition, the multiple ways that we have for offers and the options that we have, and everything that we've learned so far, and actually get people to see it? Where do they find us? And we're going to go a little deeper than we have earlier in this course to really drill down on multiple traffic sources. And then we're going to go right into YouTube, which is my favorite traffic source to date. In this section of our mega course, we're going to talk about traffic. For right now, we'll talk about 6 main types of traffic that will bring people into your ecosystem, into your world to see your offers and have a chance to become awesome customers of yours. We'll talk about the 6 that I have used. There are many, many others. There are hundreds and maybe thousands of other sources. But for now, these 6 are great to get you started. And you're not going to do all of them. That would actually be really, really tough. And I wouldn't recommend it. But 1 or 2 of these combined could really take off for you. First, YouTube. We'll talk a lot more about how to fully optimize being on YouTube like we are right now in the course later on. But I first just want to tell you the one of 6, my personal favorite traffic sources that we're going to talk about is YouTube. Why YouTube? Well, YouTube has a depth to it. It has more depth with your audience than any other platform I can think of. It rivals having a book or a new chapter for your book every single week. And I can tell you, after having 3 books published, that is powerful. That is powerful. So you could have kind of the equivalent of this in 1 year on YouTube if you were to release a video every single week. And the reason for that simply comes down to the mathing. Your YouTube videos, long form, we're not talking about shorts, but your long form YouTube videos are normally between 4 and 40 minutes. Usually they're 10, 15, 20 minutes long. Whereas your other platform traffic is actually a few seconds long, maybe a minute or 2, but usually a few seconds. And also the way that people are coming into those platforms is different. When is the last time you went on Instagram to learn how to put together a shelf? But if you got a shelf from IKEA or wherever, you probably opened up a YouTube video to watch someone demonstrate how to put it together. That is because YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world, only second to Google, which owns it. It is our number 1 visual search engine. It is where we go to see things done. We go to learn. More than 70% of YouTube viewers say they have used YouTube to learn something in the last 12 months. We go there with that intention. Maybe we want to be entertained. Maybe we're looking for the next Mr. Beast video, but we're also very used to also learning in this environment of YouTube. So that means that people are coming to YouTube ready to learn from you. It's also about the incentives that YouTube has. Because YouTube has the partner program where they're paying YouTubers money and they're charging a lot of money to advertisers, they are incentivized to get you in front of the right people. And they also really care about getting videos in front of people. So it's not always like, okay, you're someone who has a video. YouTube wants to make sure it gets out to the world. Yes, but also, and more importantly to YouTube, YouTube cares about the viewer. So YouTube is saying, we want the viewer to stay on YouTube as long as humanly possible, as often as possible. So we are going to serve that viewer, those millions and millions and millions of viewers. We're going to serve them what they like. So our algorithm is so advanced, we are going to serve them the best food so that they keep coming back. And that is why it also works in your favor. So we'll talk deep dive about YouTube very, very soon. We can also talk about Instagram, email, LinkedIn, Substack, and then put your own flavor, your own spin as to what that 6th one is for you. Is it TikTok? Is it something else that I don't know about because I'm 44? What is that source, right? But you're going to think about them. They each have their merits. I use them all and I like them all. We'll start with the one that I use the least and the most recent, which is Substack, but is taking off like crazy. If you're someone who likes to write, Substack is for you. Substack lets you write long form, blog post type, and they let you write Twitter type notes. So it's a great combination. A lot of people are on there. There are millions of users on there. And you can also monetize while you're on Substack. So some people choose to charge for their content on a monthly or yearly basis. I do not do that. I use it more like a traffic engine, a true traffic engine. I don't want to give people one more friction point to get my information. But if I were only doing that, if I were doing that with one other thing, it would be a really great idea. So for instance, if you have a YouTube channel and a Substack that you're charging for Substack, you're getting paid on YouTube and you're charging for Substack $10 a month, that could actually work out really well. It's something to look at. But we're talking about it in the matter of traffic. So I want you to think about it just as this place where you can start to build authority with your writing, especially if you like writing. I've made a little promise to myself so far, at least in the first few weeks of this, that I am not going to use AI at all on Substack. I use AI constantly. I'm always on ChatGPT getting help. But I decided that if I'm going to have a Substack, I'm just simply going to use it in a way that is different. And I'm going to write every single word that I post on Substack. And that's been really fun because what it does is it limits me. Like we're going to talk about AI later in this course and how it can make you so productive and get so much more done in a short amount of time. But I like the constraints that this puts on me. Substack feels real. It makes me think back to having a blog in my 20s that 50,000 people looked at. And it was really a great formative time in my life. Now, this is something like that. Now, I will say that right now, I think I have a little less than 2,000 followers on it. I do get a few new followers every week. It's not something that I'm going crazy over. It's not something that has resonated with me the way that it has with other people, but I have seen it work really, really well to get the word out to people. And if you write on there, if you have a point of view, if you become someone that people are just joining every few hours, somebody's joining, you can send them to your offer. And this is all about traffic in this section. Next up is LinkedIn. I really like LinkedIn. I have been using it for years. I think it's awesome. I have a venture fund and I have other companies. So being on LinkedIn has been pretty natural for me. I didn't use it for traffic for the most part for years. And now, more so in the last year and a half, I've seen where I can post something and bring people into that ecosystem, into that world, and it not conflict with the rest of the work that I'm doing. So I like it. I get to live on both sides. I get to watch what my colleagues are up to, even though I'm more on the entrepreneur side these days. And I like it. It makes sense for me. So on LinkedIn, there are people who use LinkedIn as the sole source of traffic or their main source of traffic, and they grow by leaps and bounds. I think that with any of these traffic sources, if you were to spend a good amount of time, let's call it 90 days, 6 months, even a year, just focused on it, you can make any of these traffic sources work for you. What happens normally is someone will try something, they'll see a video or they'll take a course or they'll have an idea. They'll try it for 2 weeks. It doesn't blow up overnight. And then they throw their hands in the air and decide that it's trash. It's not for them. It's not going to work. I don't have an audience. I really, really can't stand when people say, I don't have an audience. It's like, well, nobody had an audience until they had an audience. I've built from scratch 4 times in my life, like from dirt 4 times. You can do it. If I had to start over tomorrow, I would build from scratch. I would open up one of these accounts, LinkedIn or Substack or YouTube. I'd open up the account and I would say, okay, we're starting from zero. What point of view can I have? What can I talk about? And LinkedIn is great too. Again, if you like writing, there are certain tropes, there's certain things that you can do that's like LinkedIn-ish, language, like listicles or like this hook, that's like da 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 da, and then you say, here's how, and then you do that. And that's because it's been taught, I think Justin Welsh, I think is his name. I think he did a really fantastic job of teaching you how to write better on LinkedIn. But now people are just kind of using that. It's a lot of AI on LinkedIn. It's just not exciting. But you can stand out in that world. In a world where everybody's using AI on LinkedIn, you become the person who doesn't necessarily do that. Or you become the person who has a counter point of view of something. If you have a strong point of view in public, you will attract people who feel the same way. It's just a given. And you may get daggers, you may get haters, but that means you're doing something in this world. So LinkedIn is really interesting when it comes to traffic. Let me know in the comments if you have used LinkedIn or if you have used Substack before and what your thoughts are on either one of those. Now we're going to talk about email. So email is, it could have its own 5-6 hour course. It is tried and true across decades. In my first book, It's About Damn Time, there's a section in this book where I talk about how I am lamenting and kind of sad that I didn't keep an email list. I'm going to see if I can find it in the, I don't think it'll tell me here, but I didn't keep an email list. And that set me up for disappointment. When I had in my 20s, I had an audience. I talked about the blog a minute ago. I didn't keep an email list. Then I had another audience in my 30s, did not keep an email list. And now I do have an email list. And I think email is incredibly important. I don't even think I do as much as I can with email. There are multiple ways to bring people into your list. One thing you can do is have a Stan store. So STAN.store. It costs, I think, $20 a month, but you can have lead magnets. We've talked about that, where you can have people sign up for a lead magnet. They exchange their email address, and now you have that ability to have that email nurture sequence that we talked about in the funnel section. And Stan Store makes that really, really easy. Emails, you could also use KIT.com. It used to be called ConvertKit. And that's a more robust email system that can do a lot more than StanStore can. But I think StanStore is enough to get started. It has so many other features included that I think if you're just starting out or if you're starting over, StanStore is just that easy place, as is School. I think people sleep on the idea and the fact that you can collect emails on School even with the free membership. So if you're collecting emails, and the way you do that is you say in your 3 questions that you ask when someone comes in, if you have that type of membership, you say, what is your email address? It now collects those emails. So you can send an email directly from School every 72 hours, or you can take that list, export it, and put it through something like Kit or elsewhere. And you can have that conversation again, that nurture sequence or those broadcast blasts that you send out on one-offs, but you keep in touch that way. So that type of traffic is, I'm going to offer something of value. You give me your email address in exchange for that. This is called a lead magnet. And then I'll keep you looped in on what other value I can give you and what I'm offering. Another thing is social media. So Instagram is what I use the most when it comes to that. I've been using it for years. Again, for years, have more than 350,000 followers on Instagram, have built that over time. A little bit of ad spin there where it's just, I'm not selling anything. I'm just saying, come find me. If you like what I have to say, join and follow me. But mostly it's been organic. I would say probably 80% organic, 70% organic. And it's just there to kind of keep people aware of you. I have more friends on Instagram than I have elsewhere. So I don't really use Facebook. So that's my Instagram where I'm keeping up with what I'm up to. I think there are a couple of points of view here. Some people say that what the way that I'm doing it is just fine. Like some people would say mixing your day-to-day life with your work and kind of your offers is just fine. It actually keeps people interested on those days. So you're not constantly bombarding them with different offers. That's that Gary V, jab, jab, right hook, jab, jab, right hook. So you work with them, give them value, interesting entertainment, and then every once in a while you offer. But there are others who say, just use your Instagram to sell. Like, don't put all this other fluff on there. Train your audience to know that they're coming there to understand what is available at the time. And it has worked for a lot of people. And I don't think one is better than the other, to be honest. I think they both are interesting. And especially if you're getting started, or if you have very few followers, this is an interesting opportunity for you to test which one of these flavors you like most. You can start it over. If you don't have a lot of followers on Instagram, it just means you have that blank canvas for it to become something, anything you want it to become. So you would spend that time posting. What am I posting on Instagram? Well, you can do videos, you can do shorts, you can do reels, you can do static pictures. I've seen people take just a picture and it has a few words in it. You can do a carousel, meaning one picture, then you swipe and there's a next one and it has up to 20 different pictures you can do. So I've done it where if I have an offer, for instance, I'll tell a little story. I'll hook them like I'm doing a YouTube video. I'll hook them and I'll say something on that first card so they can see it. And then I'll have an arrow that I've drawn out or pointing that way, typed out. And then they'll swipe. And so that if they swipe, then the next thing tells them the next part of the story, and so on and so forth. So there's one way to kind of get people to be intrigued by what you're doing. Another thing to note is that if you make a reel that is longer than 3 minutes long, Instagram is not going to show it to new people. It'll only show it to your current subscribers. So try to keep your Instagram reels under 3 minutes so that it can be shown to more people. A lot of times, Instagram will automatically also put it on threads because they're trying to make threads happen. It's not a bad thing, but every once in a while, go check on threads to see if anything's happening over there. That's kind of a sleeper hit. I've seen people have a lot of success over there, especially if they're not doing Substack. So they're looking at threads as their Substack replacement. It's a mixture of pictures and video and words mostly. Another thing you can do on Instagram is you can promote something like physical or show your screen. Let's say you have a digital product that you're trying to sell for $27, which is pretty standard. You can actually take a video of overhead, like over your shoulder, have someone do it for you or set it up on a tripod of you typing and showing the digital product, like showing it and talking about it. And this is what it does. And you kind of taking your finger and running it down the page and showing people what it is. Or if it's something physical or if it's something that you had to build, you can take them through it, demo it for them. And that lets them understand, oh, this is interesting. It's a visual platform, Instagram, right? So it's something where you're catching their attention. And then what you can do, we'll talk about ads briefly in this course, but you can take the best organic, meaning the native to, just your post that you just uploaded for free. Take the best performing one of those and turn it into an ad. You don't want to boost it on Instagram because it costs like 40% more than normal. You want to do it on a laptop if you're going to do ads at all. But you take your organic, the most successful people I know online take their organic content. They look at the data and they say, which one worked the best? Okay, I'll take that one and I'll turn that into an ad, put some money behind it, and stands to reason that'll work well too. That's what they do. So they actually use this as a testing ground. On Instagram too, I want to make sure you know about this wonderful hack that I've been using for maybe 2 or 3 years at this point, but it's still one of my absolute favorites. It works really well, works like a charm, and it helps you with retention even beyond getting that conversion, that sales conversion. Retention, meaning someone stays with you longer as a customer. And that is, let's say you put a post up and you said, leave a comment or this is what we're doing or whatever. And the person liked the post or they commented or both. Every single person who liked the comment, who has a page that you can talk to, sometimes they're hidden or private, but if they have it, you go to your likes, say 7 people liked the post. Go to your likes and one by one, click onto those likes. Maybe 4 of them will be public. So you can go and you can look at their page, look around, go into their DMs, and instead of just typing at them or whatever, do an audio message on Instagram. And Instagram will let you do a 60-second audio message. So you hold down the little audio button and you say, hey, thank you so much for liking my post. I wanted to make sure you knew exactly how you can get your own copy of this dot, 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 or how you can join my course or my membership or whatever. And here's the link for it, just in case you missed it. But I just want to say thank you so much. I really liked your page too. I love that picture of your dog. It's so cute because you looked at the page. You have something to reference. That has helped me convert. That helped me convert so many people. I can't even tell you how many people from interested and just like, oh, they liked it or they left a comment. And maybe even someone who said they would go check out the website but never did anything to my Arlan's All Access membership, which is $100 a month or $600 a year. So just 60 seconds of me talking helped them say, oh, well, they took the time out to just talk to me. I'm going to go over. Now, I know that I have an audience. I know that I have people who are a fan of my work, but this works with anybody because you're taking that extra step. And as long as they see it, sometimes they won't see it, but as long as they see the message and then they press play to listen to it, it converts much higher than just sending a text, a random DM to somebody. So just give it a try. Do it with 10 people, see if it makes any difference. And if it makes a difference, then you've kind of unlocked value that you can repeat over and over again. LinkedIn is really great for building authority and having those inbound leads come to you. Try not to spam anywhere, but especially on LinkedIn. Nobody's looking for your spam. Nobody's checking for it. But it's a great place to have people come to you because they're seeing your thought leadership. They're seeing your opinions. You're putting a line in the sand. You're saying what you believe, and people are going to be attracted to that. Email, in my opinion, is non-negotiable. You need to have an email list. If you do not have a list, start now. If you have a list and you have 300 people on it, but you forgot about it, go back into that list and send something out to them and see if you can get a little bit of engagement. See if you can get a little bit of clicks, conversion. Make a video for them and say, hey, I've missed you. Do something to reinvigorate that list. What I've seen work really well is the old list or the kind of dormant list that hasn't been doing much into a school membership. So either it's a free membership or a low ticket membership, or even like $100 a month. I've seen it work there too, where somebody had a small email list, like one person in our all access last year had 30 people on their email list. They were able to bring 20 of them over to their membership. So now they've really taken this flat, dormant, sedentary email list that's just sitting there. They've reached out to them again and said, hey, there's something happening over here that's interesting. They brought them into something that they are nurturing, it's thriving, it's something interesting in that school membership. So the big strategy here is to choose one of these and go all in for a solid year. And as you go along, you'll decide, do I want to add one or do I already have one that complements it? Like for me, if I were starting over, I'd probably do YouTube for a year, just go all in there and have Instagram as the side, right? It's like go all in and Instagram is going to complement that. I may send people from Instagram over to see videos, or I may say, hey, DM me on Instagram from a YouTube video, but I'm not going to spend 50% of my time on both because it's going to be split and divided attention. I'm going to go all in on one. If I went all in on Instagram, I bet I could make that go crazy too. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to think about this more long term, but you're going to start now. And you're going to see milestones reached along the way that give you evidence that this is the right direction to take. You're doing a wonderful job in this mega course. There's a lot to take in, but you already know more than 99% of the population about these topics. So give yourself a round of applause. It has been amazing so far. Now I'm going to introduce you to Colin Yearwood, our sales expert in my memberships ecosystem, who for more than a year has been pouring into the ecosystem and delivering value that we cannot even overstate. He's going to walk you through some things that are going to change how you think about sales forever. I'm going to give you more of my insights as someone who has generated millions of dollars
in revenue over the past few years. And of course, I've also raised $30 million, but that's just kind of my side gig. I've done so much when it comes to negotiating and having these conversations. So I want to teach you about that. But Colin is going to change the way you think about sales. So excited for you to see this. And let us know in the comments how you are loving this course. We're pouring everything into this course for you to give you this free information, no gatekeeping. This is all you need to get started and to grow and to build wealth. Make sure that you are looking in the description and you pick up that custom GPT that I have created for you that will help you implement everything you're learning here. So, not just learning and watching and observing, this will actually help you do customized work for your current circumstances. It'll help you grow, it'll help you get traffic, get leads, sell, and more. All right, let's get into it. Here's Colin Yearwood.
I'm Colin Yearwood, and along with Arlan, I'm excited to be your guide through this process of becoming better at selling, learning this skill that transforms lives. I personally believe sales is one of the best things you can do to make a difference in your life, in the life of your family, and a bigger impact in the world. Now, over the next few videos, we'll be talking about why sales is leadership. We'll talk about how to deliver your price in a way, the investment to work with you in a way that really makes a difference and you stand in your value. We'll talk about the advocate close and reframing objections as concerns. Now, we'll jump right in and get into why sales is leadership. Sales is leadership because it's you guiding someone from uncertainty to clarity, inspiring belief, building trust, and helping them make a confident decision that potentially could change their lives with your product or your service you're offering. Selling is not convincing, it's persuasion. And I'll say that again. A lot of people believe, because of past experiences, that selling is about convincing people to buy something that they don't want. No, selling is helping people to make a great decision, and that becomes easier when you're able to be in a position to persuade people for their benefit, for their good. Now, let's give a brief definition, and this is me loosely combining some definitions from different dictionaries on the internet. But the way I look at it, convincing is making someone believe something is true or right through an argument or proof. Usually this is trying to prove something to them for your benefit, while persuasion is the act or the process or the power of influencing the thinking or the actions of someone else. Now, both of these could be done for good or it can be done for evil. I believe anyone who's watching this video right now, you will be the type of person who's looking to persuade people, influence their thinking, influence their actions for greater improvement in their lives and for good. If that's not what you're up to, I don't think this is the right video or this is the right course for you. Now, let's talk about why persuasion works better when it comes to selling, because it's more collaborative and it's not confrontational. And you may have had an experience, or you may have heard of an experience, or maybe you may have seen an experience where a selling situation was very confrontational. And that didn't feel good. And usually it's not a win-win for both parties. But when you're focused on persuasion, you're focused on creating a win-win situation, a win-win outcome. Not what's easiest for you, the salesperson, but what's best for both parties. What's best for the person who's buying the product. Because as a business owner, you would prefer to have people who want to have your product, use it in the best way possible, because there's a lot of benefits that goes along with that. You may have heard, if something goes well, people maybe tell 1 out of 10 people about it. If something goes bad, they tell 10 out of 10 people about it. So you really want to focus on creating a win-win situation when you're selling, and that comes through leadership. And when you lead with service, persuasion becomes very natural. When you show up in a way to serve and help people make a right decision for themselves. And we'll talk about that a lot during this conversation. That's what sales is about, is helping people make the right decision for themselves. So in order to lead in your selling conversations, leadership starts with leading yourself. And the way you lead yourself shapes the way you lead others. Your belief about who you are, what you offer, and how you can help will either drive the way you sell or will definitely hold you back. And from my experience over the last 8 years, I've had the honor to sell millions of dollars in coaching programs and membership sites and masterminds to myself and for my clients. And I've worked with a lot of clients to improve their sales. This is one of the biggest things that hold many people back from selling: their beliefs about themselves, about their offer, and their belief about what's possible through their product or service. So strong leadership starts with self-leadership. Strong self-leadership is the belief, your beliefs make selling a lot easier. Your limiting beliefs in some of these areas will definitely help slow you down or hinder the progress you're looking to make, hinder the kind of impact that you desire to have. Well, I always tell people this is not usually what people like to hear when they come to sales training. And I'll share with you tips and tricks and strategies to enroll more people into your programs. But I want to offer to you, before you're able to do so, you have to learn how to lead yourself. And it doesn't matter how many of the hacks or the strategies or the process I'll teach you later on. It doesn't matter how much of that you know. If you're not able to lead yourself, the way you see yourself, you see your offer, the belief in your value, selling becomes even more difficult, because you know how to sell, but why you're not selling is because of that internal conversation you're having with yourself. So let's talk about some of the most common limiting beliefs that I've heard, and I've had some of these myself. And one of my favorites is what I used to say before I became an advocate for sales. I always said for many years, I'm not a natural salesperson. I'm a giver. I don't want to be perceived as, a mean person or someone who's just in it for the money. That's what I told myself for many years. Before I end up getting the right mentorship to change that way of thinking, see selling as a tool that can help me help more people as I'm helping myself and my family with my business. I'm not sure if it really works, but especially if you're selling an offer you have doubt about. Of course, that's going to limit how you show up. I don't have enough experience. And not only experience when it comes to selling, but also experience as delivering the product or service that you have. Selling is pushy. Salespeople are rude. This may be something you personally encounter, and you don't want to show up that way. And that's one of the reasons I always felt I'm not a natural salesperson. I'm not outgoing. I'm not, I don't say anything, at all costs. But you don't have to be a rude person. You don't have to be pushy. And usually people who are pushy or rude, they normally don't have long-term success in sales. And one of the most pervasive limiting beliefs I've seen people have is believing that people would not pay for their product or service. So let's talk about a couple things. We're going to apply a few examples and help you break free of these limiting beliefs. So here's an exercise that I would encourage you to do. If you're listening to this, you're driving in the car, you're listening, great. You can do it. You can talk the answers out and you can talk through it. But I would encourage you to sit down and make a note of these things we'll talk about during this exercise. So what are your current limiting beliefs about yourself, about your product or service, and about your clients? What are the limiting beliefs you have about yourself? The things that you tell yourself when no one else is listening, the things you tell yourselves when you see there's a sales call on the calendar, the things you tell yourself when you get in a sales conversation and it doesn't go your way. So you really have to I would encourage you to be honest with yourself and call it out. What are you telling yourself that's not supporting your business in a way to create revenue? What are you telling yourself? What are your limiting beliefs you have about your product and service? I don't have enough proof. I don't know if it's going to work. Will people pay this much for it? Is it actually worth this much? What are your limiting beliefs when it comes to your clients, your customers? I don't think they see me as an expert. I've heard that. They'll think it's too expensive. They'll think I'm too pushy. They think I'm too needy. They think I'm in it just for the money. What are those limiting beliefs? Those are some examples that I've said myself. I've heard from a lot of clients. So make a note. Take your time and make a note. I'd recommend you write down 3 to 5 for each of these. What are your limiting beliefs when it comes to yourself? Your limiting beliefs about your product or your service. Your limiting beliefs about your potential clients and customers. And the next step now, I'd encourage you to challenge those limiting beliefs. What is actually true? Is that true? And you may want to ask yourself and pause. And you'll see most times your subconscious is going to give you the right answer. I'm not an expert. Really? Where did those limiting beliefs come from? Where did you develop those limiting beliefs? Many times we have limiting beliefs around how to sell because of how other people in our lives have talked about selling, because of how we've experienced some sales situation. Does it serve you when it comes to selling? Does those limiting beliefs serve you when it comes to selling? And really challenging these limiting beliefs will help you reframe how you see selling. Now, once you've challenged the limiting beliefs that have been holding you back, the next step is to replace them with beliefs that empower you. Start by building that unshakable confidence in your product or service. Anything you're selling, you need to be certain about it. And if you have any doubt about the product or service that you're selling, I would encourage you to, as you break the limiting beliefs when it comes to yourself, the second thing is really focusing on the limiting beliefs that you have around how you're showing up in the marketplace. As a leader, and that's what sales people are. As a leader, you can lead others to a confident decision if you're not confident with what you're offering. If you're unsure, guess what? They're unsure. They feel it. They sense it. They get the vibe. But if you have a high level of certainty around your product or service, a high level of certainty around who you are and how you show up, that whole process becomes easier. So let's talk about building unshakable confidence. Building unshakable confidence around your offer. So a couple things you'll do here is, number one, you want to gather proof that your product and service works. What results is generated, what success stories you've had, what testimonials you've been given. You want to gather proof. And that serves as fuel to reverse a lot of those limiting beliefs. And the proof doesn't have to be elaborate. I'll show you an example of some proof that I've gathered, and I'll show you a technique that I've used for many years to develop the certainty around how I show up in the marketplace, around my products and my services. Look for ways to get results. Look for ways to create success stories. Look for ways to get testimonials. And to get testimonials, a lot of times it's just about accent. Now, you may be saying, hey, Colin, I'm brand new. This is the first time I'm selling this product or service. I don't have any testimonials. You are the first testimonial. You are the first testimonial. What's been your experience with that product or service that you're offering? Have you used that product and service the way you would expect a customer, a client to experience it? And you create your own proof from within, from your experience. That's how this works. The second thing is strive to deliver the best results as possible. Sometimes if you don't have a lot of proof, you don't have success stories, you want to go a little bit beyond what's necessary as you're delivering this product and service to create that experience. When you deliver your best work, and you know you're doing your best, you know you're going beyond what is required, it definitely grows your confidence. And lastly, I would encourage you to keep a proof file. That's what I call it. Anytime anyone says anything positive or encouraging about your product or your service, clip it. If it's online, grab a screen grab of it and put it into a file. If someone said on the phone, hey, you know what, I really enjoyed working with you because X, Y, and Z. I really enjoy this thing that you do, this product you develop, because here's the results it's done for me. And you'll find when you're listening out for those impromptu success stories, those impromptu testimonials, they come around. Many times we're too busy trying to get to the next thing. We don't really slow down and hear those things. Just make a note of it. And those are very effective for helping you show up in a powerful way, especially when getting on sales calls. I always say review them before you get in a call. If you're unsure about your offer, your product, your services, review your testimonials, review your success stories, review those little wins, so you can be in alignment with what will be sharing with that person on the call. Here's an example of what that looks like for me. I'm in one of Arlan's, in all of Arlan's communities, All Access, Arlan's Mastermind, and Arlan's Inner Circle. In the Inner Circle, I do some coaching there with those clients and help them when it comes to sales and some business development and things that are to that effect. Now, they've been very gracious in sharing some of the ways I've impacted them. So up to this day, I still grab those and I put them into a file because I like knowing that I'm making a difference. This gives me even more certainty as I get into new sales conversations, as I get into coaching calls, as I teach a new concept. I have more certainty and proof within me that this works. I know it works, but I have proof that it works. So collect those success stories, collect those testimonials. And these were the short blurbs inside of different school communities. Confident leaders don't hope their product or service works. They know it works. And they share it with certainty. They share it with certainty because they know it works. And that helps build your belief in what you do and your confidence when it comes to how you can serve people in a powerful way. Now, the next thing is seeing the value through your client's eyes. Many times we're in love with our product or service and we think it's valuable. And we, in our mind, as the business owner or as a person who's selling the product or service, believe it's the most amazing solution. And we have in our head, this is exactly the problems it solve. And we just focus in on talking about the way we see the value of our product or service. But most people don't buy your product or your service because of how you see it. They buy because how they see it can help them. They buy for their reasons and not your reasons. And that's why it's important to try to see the value of what you offer through the eyes of your clients, through the eyes of your customer. They buy for their reasons and not yours. And many times, because we're the expert and the creator of this program or this product or service we're offering, we are locked in one way it can help. And just one example of that, I got a testimonial a while back where we were on a coaching call. A couple of days later, she sent me a message and she said, "Hey, I never thought sales training would help me when it comes to with communication in my marriage. My wildest dreams, I never thought about, wow, no. But then it opened my eyes. It's communication. It's being able to share ideas and influence people. And what's the best place to do that, right? In relationships, with your family, with your kids. So I never thought about sales training having that type of impact on people. But that's seen it through, now I'm able to see the value of what I offer a different way through the eyes of my clients. And that's very impactful when you can see it that way. Now, here's a couple of ways you can go about doing so. When you see the value from their perspective, is the tangible outcomes that they will receive. What are the outcomes that they will receive? And many times this is based off of what they desire, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. The unseen benefits that they'll gain. And as the example I shared with you a few seconds ago, that young lady was able to communicate better in her marriage because of the sales training that we did. That was an unseen benefit. And the long-term impact that saying yes to your offer, yes to your product and service will have in their lives. Almost every buying decision comes down to 4 core motivators. Speak to those motivators and your offers will instantly become more relevant and the thing to solve their problems and challenges that they're having. So we talk about those 4 core motivators when it comes to buying decisions. People buying decisions are often driven by the desire to improve their health, improve their wealth, build stronger relationship, and save time. Doing the top three, right? To save time in general, but save time building stronger relationships, save time when it comes to building wealth, save time when it comes to their health, improving their health. And in most cases, most offers offer a solution that's linked to one of these four things. And that's what I talk about when you're able to see the value through their eyes. What is the problem? Which one of these four areas they're trying to solve for? And it could be more than one of those four areas. So I'll show you how these four motivators can show up in a real world example. And the example I'm going to use is an example with Arlan. Let me share it on my screen and I'll walk you through that. Now, let's apply the four buyer motivations to this process. So Arlan Hamilton, as you know, she teaches people how to build a personal brand on YouTube. And here's some benefits that's aligned with each buyer's motivation. Each buyer's motivation. That's what it should say. Now, Arlan doesn't pitch all of these, but in a way, all of these actually apply to some of the people that is signing up for her programs. Number one, wealth. People looking to generate new leads. New leads equal more sales to their product and service. You may have found Arlan on YouTube watching this video. YouTube monetization. Get into 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. YouTube now pays you through Google AdSense when people consume your content. Brand deals, building their brand, having other brands reach out to them to use their product and service, promote their product and service in exchange for money. Now, there's many other ways you can do it, and Arlan teaches that, but these are some I want to make. So that's all aligned with wealth. More leads equal more sales. When you develop the right skills and you're in the right place for that, it can lead to, YouTube can lead to monetization, where it's paid in a different way, plus brand deals and other things. Now let's talk about relationships. You develop a lot more confidence on YouTube when you're able to connect with your right customers. And you build that relationship of trust through your content, through your interactions in the comments, through bringing them to your email list as a new lead, through taking them to the next offer, through having conversations with them. It builds deeper relationships with the right people who are right fit for what you do, with your people. You may have experienced that with Arlan. I personally have worked with a few people I've done sales calls with for Arlan, and they've said, hey, you know what? I never knew who she was, but I watched 10 of her videos this morning. I wanted to book the call. They booked the call and then they enrolled in the product and service. That's developing a relationship, a deep connected relationship with someone you really want to serve. And let's talk about health. This is not something we teach or we promote or Arlan promotes, but when you're able to do the things you love, show up in the way that you desire to show up, it reduces stress, it reduces anxiety. It makes you feel fulfilled. It leads to a better lifestyle. And lastly, with time, you're able to avoid trial and error, that period of time when you're just trying to figure things out on your own. Yes, you can figure it out on your own, but why spend a year figuring it out on your own when you can work with someone who's an expert and can guide you to figure it out in a shorter time period with more clarity. So this is just an example of how you can use the four motivators to really see how you see the value that you bring to the marketplace, the value that you bring to your clients beyond what you originally thought. So let's apply that. We talk about applying that. I love applying it. Let's apply it. So here's some a quick exercise that you can go through. Now in this exercise, what I encourage you to do is apply the four motivators. It's just motivators, not motivations. The four motivators. And you want to list the seen and unseen benefits of using your offer, using your product and service. And you can use those four areas that I give to you. How would it improve their financial situation? How would it improve their relationships? How would it improve their health? How would it help them save time? And I know some people say, hey, Colin, my product and service doesn't really match with this. But in my experience, I had never had someone I work with not be able to see those motivators or link to them. And then tie each of those benefits to one of the four motivators, right? What are some of the benefits that people experience because they're working with you? And then tie them to one of those motivators. One of the things I love to do when I'm in sales conversations, and we'll talk about this a little bit, is really listen to people on the conversation, listen to them during a conversation, and then really help them see, okay, this is the problem you're trying to solve. We're not only going to help you solve this problem, but as a result of solving problem A, here's an additional benefit. And as you go through these exercises and you practice, you'll see there's so many additional benefits you're able to offer. Now, you know the motivators, but leaders communicate value in a way that connects. You want to communicate that value that connects with what matters to the client, with what matters to your customers. So knowing the motivators are cool, but if you don't have the right communication skills, it becomes a big challenge to communicate that and move people to make a decision that's good for them. The best sales leaders make people feel heard, seen, valued, and that's what builds trust. Being a great listener in the sales conversation is one of the biggest assets that you can have. Many people believe you need to do more of the talking in a sales conversation now. You need to do most of the listening, because as you listen, you'll be able to really understand what is it this person is looking to solve beyond the surface. And when you're able to do that, then you could provide a solution that aligns with the benefits they're looking for long term. So here's why communication matters. We covered 3 things so far. We talk about persuading and not selling, not convincing. Persuasion, not convincing people to buy your thing. Persuasion. We talk about leading and leading yourself. We talk about confidence in your offer. But none of that matters if you're not able to communicate in a way that connect with your potential clients. And communication, you lead with listening. So here's a model that you can use to help you in your communication style, especially in sales conversations. You want to listen more than you talk. You want to ask open-ended questions, and you want to reframe for clarity and deeper insight. You want your potential clients on in that sales conversation to get clarity and to get deeper insight that helps them make that decision. Okay, this is why I need to do this, and this is why this person is best for me. When you listen more and you encourage your buyer to participate in the sales call, so that's basically what it does. When you listen more, you encourage actually the buyer to participate in the sales conversation. You want to avoid asking yes or no questions because you don't get a back and forth conversation. So this is some statistics that I ran across by a company called Going.io, and they do a lot of sales calls analysis. And the data was based off of a 9 years and millions of calls that they reviewed. And this confirmed that what I've known from sales teams I've been on for many years, we normally say a 60-40 ratio. But as they show here, the best salespeople speak 43% of the time, and their potential clients on that call speak about 57% of the time. So a 60-40 ratio pretty much is what it takes when it comes to listening and talking on calls. When you speak more than 65% on a call, your conversion rates are lower. Usually when you're speaking longer on a sales call, if you're doing more of the speaking on a sales call, that's a hint that you're getting into the mode of trying to convince. You're moving out of persuasion, you're getting into trying to convince. And a lot of people convince by bragging about past results, bragging about their skill set, about their reviews, or some people even go to the lengths of talking bad about their competitors. Usually when you're doing those things, you're doing most of the talking on a call. But as I share here, when you ask better questions and you create dialogue, that's what opens up the room. That's what creates space for persuasion. So listen better and you lead better. Great communication starts with great listening. In sales leadership, listening isn't just being quiet. It's creating a space so that your client feels safe to share what truly matters to them. Many times people will get on a sales call, and you may have done that too, and you feel guarded. I don't want to share all my business. I don't want them to know. I'm not even give them any ammunition to sell me. I'm getting on this call, but I'm not buying anything. I don't know if you've ever said those things, but I've said that, right, at times. But in the conversation, when the person makes you feel seen and heard and safe, you open up and you share. And that allows them now to present a solution to help you solve your problem, if they're the right fit. So that's what I encourage you to do in your sales conversations. Listen for words, tones, and pauses. Great communication starts with great listening. In sales conversation, listening is just about keeping quiet. We talked about this, but it's really paying attention to what is being said and how it's being said. Listen to the words people are using. It helps you really understand frustrations and how much of a priority situations are for them. I'm overwhelmed. I feel stuck. I'm too busy. Right? You're now able to understand. You can get some clarity as to, okay, tell me more about that. One of my favorite follow-up questions, or one of my favorite questions in a sales conversation, is tell me more about that. If someone is constantly telling me they're feeling overwhelmed or stuck, tell me more about that. What does that look like for you? I want them to articulate what is the true pain so they can become even clearer on what is the solution they're looking for. Listen for charge phrases, like for motivation, right? It's, I love to. I always wanted to. This would mean. Usually I ask a question on many sales calls. If you were able to achieve this goal you share with me, what would that do for you? And then people will get into sharing the motivation beneath the motivation for why they're doing what they're doing. So you really want to listen out and be a good listener, and then asking follow-up questions. When it comes to tone and pace, a raise in energy, excitement is equal to motivation. Faster speaking, their voice get loud with excitement. They're more animated. This is usually happens when people are dreaming about what's possible for them. When they're seeing what the possible outcomes look like for them. And usually you'll see a drop in energy and doubt comes around when they're talking about their pains and challenges. They're talking about it at a slow pace. Their voice softens. There's more of a flat tone. I've been at this for years. If I'm not able to solve this now, these are the things that are going to happen. There's a change in energy. And as a leader, you want to pick up on that because that helps you to serve them better. So tell me more about that. Why is now the time you need to solve that? You call it out sometimes. I notice a change in your energy. What are you feeling? And the pauses. Long pauses sometimes is uncertainty. And this is generalizations. This is not always true. But it's just to have good awareness around this. Silence before happening. People are really thinking and processing. Actually, silence before answering. People are really listening and trying to process before they give you an answer. With hesitancy, there's an unfair or lack of clarity around that. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. Those are some of the phrases that you'll see. There's some hesitancy. There may be some fear, maybe some doubt. There may be some insecurities around that. But when you ask better questions, you're able to uncover the truth. What do they really want? What's beneath the surface? And that's how you're able to make a bigger impact in people's lives. One of the things I always say is I'm not going to close, or you're not going to close or enroll 100% of the people you speak to. But at every call, you have an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of everyone that you spoke to. And the thing I encourage people to do, especially in sales conversations, is not because someone can't buy, you make them feel less than or bad, or people are tempted to cut their call short. I hear sales trainers say that. Yeah, you can do that. But is it making a difference in their lives? Is it all about you, or is there a way that you can be present for people? A lot of times people get into sales conversations and they've never had anyone listen to them the way you listen to them. At least that I've been told. You're a good listener. I've said things on this call I've never said before. And it's because of your presence, because of the way you showed up. And you don't need to close 100% of the people on your sales calls and have them become clients or customers. But you definitely can make a difference in 100% of people's lives. And you do so by asking questions and listening and being present. Keep the questions open-ended. It invites depth. And yeah, sometimes people are very short in their answer. And I encourage you, because you're confident, because you're certain, because you know you can help, it's to challenge them on that. Is there more? Aim for curiosity and not interrogation, right? A lot of you feel sometimes interrogated in sales conversations. A lot of times when you're interrogating someone, it's usually for your own reasons and not theirs. You mentioned these, and these things are challenges. If you can solve one of these things first, which one would it be? And they'll tell you. And if they didn't tell you why, you ask them why as a follow-up. Or if they did tell you why, what else? Why else? Uncover their motivations and their hidden objections. And one of the ways to really understand that is to get buying signals too, is ask, what have you tried before? You mentioned you have a lot of challenges. You've been at this for a long time. What have you tried before? And a follow-up to that I like is, what worked? What are one or two things that actually worked and what didn't work? And a follow-up to that is, how would you rate your effort on a scale of 1 to 10? Did you do the work? It's about giving them clarity. So here's some common traps to avoid in sales conversations. Is asking yes or no questions. It does shut the conversation down. Asking too many multiple choice questions. Most times clients wouldn't have a clear answer. They don't know the answer. So their responses many times will be unclear. There are times to yes or no questions, but all your questions shouldn't be, or there are times of multiple choice questions, but that's rare. That's very few in a sales conversation. You want a conversation that flows. And questions that sound like sales pitches. It breaks rapport quickly and it shifts the focus away from the client's needs. I know some people do this the wrong way, especially at the beginning of the call when they're trying to qualify if the person on the call is a good fit for what they offer. Yes, there's different ways you can qualify people, but it's being gentle with how you do it. It's not, I've heard people say, well, before we get started, I just want to know, are you able to invest X number of dollars if this is a good fit for you? I don't know you. Why would I share that details with you? I don't know you. Why would I share that kind of detail with you? There's other ways you can ask that question. And usually you ask those qualifying questions in the phases that build up to people booking a call with you. And you want to reframe with respect. You want to challenge with care. And reframing their answers as they share it with you. Reframe it to them. Say it back to them in a way that help them get some deeper insight. You want to shift the focus to possibilities. You want to inspire hope on calls. Many times people, when they're struggling, don't have hope. Well, what helps you and helps them is by leaning into what's possible, because I know what I'm selling can help you. And use words that lean forward. So now it's a couple of ideas when it comes to reframing. I don't have the time. So if we can fit this into the time you have, it should work, right? You're reframing what they say. I'm not good at sales is what I hear all the time. And I always say, sales is not about being good at sales. It's about being good at helping people decide. That's a reframe. Usually I get, yeah, that makes sense. Tell me more about that. It's given deeper insight and clarity. I failed at this before. That means you don't know what work. Actually, you do know what work right now. or you actually, you know what didn't work. You know what else you need to try, and you can build on that. A couple of reframing no-nos is being dismissive of their concerns, overcomplicating the reframe and confusing them, and sounding like you're trying to correct them all. Even the best communicators slip into bad habits that break that connection, that break that rapport. So some of these bad habits I'll point out to you so you can spot them and try to avoid them as you move forward. Sales communication red flags is talking more than 50%, like we talked about. I said more than 40%, but sometimes they get to 50%. Jumping too soon to a solution. Prematurely trying to fix the problem. A lot of coaches have this challenge, is trying to coach on a sales call. And it may feel good in the moment, and you may feel you're demonstrating your ability, but a lot of times you're giving people false hope. And sometimes you're trying to solve a problem that you're not even sure what is the problem. Asking closed-ended questions, there's really no depth to the conversation, and not noticing the drop in energy in the conversations. When you avoid these red flags, you build trust, and with trust comes influence, and that influence help people to make a right decision and say yes. So leadership in sales means persuading and not convincing, leading yourself first, and having confidence in your offer, communicating. And communication is the bridge that really help you transfer that energy and that trust. And that communication helps you uncover the real problems that people are having. So one of the most important roles that people in sales leaders have, is holding the vision for what's possible for your clients. Holding the vision of what they say they want and helping them see how it's possible and being the bridge for them. And many times when you hold the vision, you're reminding people of what they've been saying in the conversations, what they've been telling you. You've told me this, and this is how it's possible for you. And we'll talk more about this in the advocate close. It keeps their focus on the future, not on the present discomfort, not on the past. You keep their focus on the future that they say they want to create. And you reaffirm their ability to achieve their goals. When you do those things, you create a space where influence and persuasion becomes very easy. People follow you because they trust you. They take your advice and they enroll with your product and service. They move forward with your product and service because you took a stand for them. Greatly to see the destination, even when others can't. And they help people keep moving forward. Once you know the real issue, you can reframe it to reveal the possibilities without breaking trust. And once you know the real issue, you can present a solution to their problem and solve the problem that they have with your offer. So that's what sales leadership is about. It's about leading yourself. It's about letting go of your limiting beliefs and developing new empowering beliefs. It's about developing unshakable confidence around your product and service. It's about understanding why people are buying. Sell to them for their reasons and not yours. Understand the motivators that they have, and through communication, you're able to unravel those motivations, unravel those desires, and then you're able to present your product and service to solve the pain and the problems and create the future that they desire. In this part of the course, I'll walk you through how to share your price in a powerful way to get more people to say yes, so you can make a bigger impact in your life and the life of your clients and the world. I believe that selling is one of the best things you can do if you're really looking to make a big change in the world, a big change in your situation and in your life. And it's a skill set that's required for success in business. And being able to share the investment, the price of your offer, is one of the things that holds a lot of people back. And I'll walk you through a step-by-step process on how to do that. So this is the price delivery blueprint. A couple things we'll cover is how to present your price, the investment for your offer in a way that's confident and clear. I'll share with you a step-by-step process on how you can share that offer in a way that your potential clients see the value. Some strategies on reducing price resistance and increasing buyers' confidence, and a way on how you can link the investment directly to the results that your clients are looking for. Now, when you share the price, you're not just sharing a number. You're stepping into one of the most influential moments in the entire sales conversation. And how you handle that determines whether or not the call moves forward or the call stalls. Now, this has been a challenge for a lot of people, including myself. When I first start selling, sharing the price, everything will go well on the call. I don't know if you had these experiences. Everything is going well on the call and you're enjoying the conversation. You're like, okay, this person really need this. Let me share the investment. And then your energy plummets and then the call goes south. You determine how that calls move forward, how you share the price. And was a challenge for me when I got started. And it was a challenge for me because of several things. The way I was thinking about the investment, the way my belief around the offer, my belief around if people are going to pay for it or not. And that held me back. Yes, I made some sales. It was exciting, but I didn't get a chance to, in that situation with that offer I was selling, I didn't make a bigger impact like I wanted to because of how I was showing up. And that's something I see often in the call reviews I do for my clients and for the clients I coach in the inner circle, Arlan's inner circle. Now, part of that is you have to learn how to lead yourself. And we'll talk about that as we go through this. So why this matters, right? Why sharing the price matters. When you deliver the price, it's not just about saying a number. What it's really about is about delivering that number, that investment number in a way that keeps the conversation moving forward. And your energy determines that in a way that links the investment. And I use investment and price interchangeably because one of the things I believe a price is more for a commodity. Investment is something you expect to get a return on. So you link the investment to the results people want, the client want, and specifically on that call. And then you want to reinforce your leadership role that you've built throughout the call. Most people are on a sales conversation because they're looking for guidance on how to make a decision, how to make an investment into something that would change their situation. And that's why you're the leader on the call. If you haven't seen the Why Sales is a Leadership training that's in this program, definitely jump into that. It's worth going through because it's going to set you up for success in your sales conversations. Now, the only way that you can do that consistently, share the price consistently in a way that transforms people's thinking, the way they see the value, and the way to get them to make the best decision for themselves is by leading yourself first. So what does that look like? Leading yourself first looks like a couple things. Is being able to present your offer, present the offer and present the price, the investment with confidence. And we talk a lot about this in the Why Sales is a Leadership training. You also want to stand behind the offer without wavering. You want to have a high level of belief and certainty that I know will work for this person. And one of the things I always share with people, if you don't have that high level of certainty, because not everyone that gets on your call is qualified to work with you. It's qualified to make a purchase from you. It's qualified for that offer you're making. So you don't have to try to force the sale. If you don't have that unwavering belief that this is for this person, this will solve that problem that they have. This is what they need. You don't need to make the offer. You don't need to share what the investment is. And you want to guide the client towards a decision that's best for them. It's creating a win-win at all times. You own the moment, you share the investment with confidence, not rushing, no apologizing. I see, and these are things I see on calls when I review them. People get to the investment and they just rush through the number. Yeah, it costs $5,495. It costs $5,000. Or they just rush past what the investment is. Or sometimes, yeah, I know it's expensive, but they try to apologize for it. You want to deliver that price with clarity. You want to be direct. You want to be specific. And I'll walk you through how to do that. And also, again, it comes back to leadership. You set the tone for that decision on that call. How you share the price sets the tone for the decision on that call. Here's why this works. When you deliver the price in this way, it becomes easy. It becomes a part of the solution and not the sticking point. Oh, this is what I need in order to move forward to solve this problem that I have. It keeps the energy moving forward. And the client feels it's a level of certainty from you. And they borrow that in their decision-making process. Sales is a transfer of energy, transfer of certainty, transfer of belief. And if you're not certain or high level of energy, guess what? They're gonna buy. You're transferring that onto that potential client. And if you're not leading yourself, it's not only costing you money, but it's costing you an opportunity to make a change, an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives. So confidence at the moment you deliver the price just doesn't appear out of thin air, is the result of three things. And those three things working together, and when you lock them in, it becomes second nature. Here's what those three things are. The confidence equation is your belief in your offer and your results. Preparation with the real numbers and the structure, like knowing your numbers, knowing your offer, knowing exactly what the investment is and what options are available. I'll walk you through that in a second, a process and framework I have there that can help you. And repetition. Practicing saying that offer, knowing it's second nature to you. And you know some of the variables that you have when it comes to specific situations on the call. Or what that means is that you know, hey, I can give a discount, or I can give an incentive price, or I can give a special price for this person. You know what that price is. You don't want to be winging it when you're on your sales calls, especially when it comes to pricing. So just like we covered in the sales is leadership training, leading yourself first means showing up with the belief and preparation and the presence that inspires confidence, not only in you, but your offer, but also in your potential clients. Confidence definitely comes from certainty. Nothing creates certainty faster than knowing your numbers, knowing them inside out. And when you're clear before the call, you're not going to hesitate. Many people, and I've worked with a lot of clients, many clients I've worked with, the first time they're saying their offer they're saying their price or sharing their offer is on a sales call. And that's not how it should be. You should be practicing this process repeatedly and let it become second nature to you. So let's talk about what that looks like. So know your numbers like a pro. So here are the numbers you need to know. There are a couple things I'll walk you through. The anchoring price. That's the full value of your offer without a discount. So let's talk about that for a second. So when I work with a lot of clients, they have an offer that may be selling for the first time, or they may have been selling it for a while. But ultimately, they're selling at one price, but they would like it eventually to get to a higher number. So let's use $10,000 for an example. So I would talk to clients, hey, yeah, I said, what's the value of the offer? How much do you want to sell this offer for? They say, well, this thing is valued at $25,000. If people do what's in this thing, or if people have this thing, they'll either make the money, they'll feel better, they have a better relationship, all those things, right? But because of their confidence and belief, they're only charging $5,000. So ultimately, where do you want this pricing to be? It's $10,000 I'd like it to be, because it's definitely $25,000 of value in here. Okay, cool. So the anchor price is where you want the offer to go. If you're sincere about it, if you know within the next 6 months, within the next year, within the next 2 months, I want to be charging X number of dollars for this same service, that's your anchoring price. I hope this makes sense. Right? So you want to anchor at a price that you actually, the full pay. If everything went well, if you had the belief and confidence, you'll be charging that. So that's where you want to anchor that price in. So let's use $10,000 as an example, or in this example, we're using $5,000. The full value of the offer is $5,000. Now, that's the anchoring price. You say, hey, it's in 6 months, I want to charge $5,000 for this, right? Now, on this call, because my belief is not there as yet, I'll offer some I'll position it as offer some incentive pricing. And that's a special rate you're offering, or within a specific window, usually if someone acts on the call. So when someone enrolled today, the investment is $3,500, right? So, or you can say right now, I have 3 spots available at $3,500. It creates a sense of urgency. So the way you'll position this is, this program or this product or service is typically $5,000. That's where it's going to go. I have some incentive pricing. If you decide to join today, it's going to be $3,500. Right? You want to create some urgency, but also if this is where your confidence is, yeah, sell it to where your confidence is, but also mention where you want to go with it as the anchoring price. Now, the savings is the difference between the anchoring price and the incentive price. And I like the word incentive because it's giving people a reason to move. I don't like discount. It cheapens the offer. There's some incentive pricing. So you want to definitely state that savings in a dollar amount or percentage. You'll save $1,500 or you'll save 30% off what it usually will be. Or you can say, hey, the price for this offer will be $5,000 in the next 6 months. Right now it's $3,500. I have some incentive pricing. Right now it's $3,500. You're saving $1,500. And then you want to know your payment options. Clear, simple choices on how your client can move forward. So there's a one pay, $3,500 paid in full, or you can do a three pay of $1,250. I think that comes out to $3,750. Sometimes the programs that I when I do payment plans, I do charge a little bit more, but sometimes you don't have to do that. You can be the same. You can break it out and make it the same amount what the investment is. Now, this is an optional part of it, deposit rules. Now, if you require a deposit to secure a spot, you want to outline that amount and have the terms and the whole positioning for that ready right there. So some people may say, yeah, I want to move forward, but I don't have the full investment today. Totally fine. You go through that process. When will you have that investment? They'll tell you, great. So to hold your spot is $1,000 deposit, and then the balance is due in the next 14 days. Or to get started, you can make a deposit of $1,000. I'll send you access to the program, and then the balance is due in 14 days or 30 days. So it's knowing what is going to happen and not winging it on the call. And that's what I see a lot of people doing with pricing. They're winging it on the call. So now that you're built out your pricing framework, and you'll go through this process, and I'll go back a couple slides and just walk you through it again, is you'll know what your anchoring price is. And this is the price that you want the offer to ultimately get to. And you don't want to do anything crazy. I want it to be a $20,000 offer, but I'll sell it for $5,000 now. No. Usually what I find, a lot of people's belief may not be there, but they're selling to the level where their belief is. And to me, that's totally fine. Because as you make sales, your belief grows. And as your belief grows, you can increase the pricing on your offer to get it to where you ultimately want it to be. So that's the anchoring price. And then figure out what the incentive pricing is. And that can start off with where your belief is. And then from there, what's the savings? You want to write that out. What percentage of the total investment is that? And then you get clear on your payment options. These are all things I recommend you have documented on the screen in front of you on your sales calls or written down. And also deposits, knowing exactly what is the options that you have. What is the payment plan options you have? What is the deposit options that you have? So when you're having that conversation around the investment, around the price, there's no guesswork. And usually when there's a shift in energy and shift in belief is when you're trying to flow in the moment, right? And then you're guessing, and then there's uncertainty, and the whole conversation goes awry. So you want to practice this process. Leadership and sales require you practicing and being prepared and not just winging it. And you want to practice this process. That's why having it documented is one of the best ways you can start is have it written out and documented. But then also you want to go through this process repeatedly. Don't make the first time you're talking about your offer to another person, or you're talking about your offer period on a sales call. So this is what it would typically looks like. So the program is typically $5,000. I have some incentive pricing when you enroll today. And I love saying when you enroll today, because I'm future pacing. When you enroll today, not if you enroll. I have certainty when you enroll today. Your investment will be $3,500. $3,500. I like calling the whole number out. Not $3,500, $3,500. That's a savings of $1,500. And the savings is around 30% off. Sometimes I like explaining why I'm doing it. Hey, I have 3 spots available right now at this specific price because I want to give some incentive. As you go through, as you share your offer, you want to slow down a little bit so people can process the numbers in their head. Because they're not seeing it on the screen in most cases, if you're on a sales conversation. One of the things I do, as I would encourage people to say, hey, do you have a pen available? As I start sharing my offer, I actually ask, in some cases, I say, hey, do you have a pen available? Cool. Do me a favor. Just make a note as I share the offer with you. Or when I get to the price, I say, hey, just make a note of I share the investment with you. So what it looks like, the investment is typically $5,000. I have incentive pricing when you enroll today. Your investment will be $3,500. That's a savings of $1,500, which is around 30%. You can do that in one payment, $3,500, or 3 monthly payments and you give the amount, $1,333. In my case, I normally charge a little bit more for my multi-payment plans to give to create an incentive for people to actually do the paid in full. I love when people do the paid in full, not only because it's good for my bottom line, but also it gives them an opportunity just to focus on getting the results, just to focus on using the program, using the product, using the service. And they don't have to worry about the monthly payment. Now, do I do it all the time or increase the pricing? No, you don't have to do that. You can just break up that $3,500 into 3 monthly payments. One of the best ways to do that is saying, hey, you start today with the initial payment of $1,333 in 30 days. We'll set up a process where you automatically withdraw the other, and then in the next 30 days, you get the balance. So as you go through that, you can make one payment of $3,500, or you can do 3 monthly payments starting today with $1,333. Which option feels like the best fit for you? And I pause. I let them decide. You want to keep it clear. No extra words, no extra explanation, no justifying the pricing. You want to keep it focused on the value. Start with the full investment, the full value, and then break down the savings and give the payment choices. Again, you want to lead. You want to finish with a question so you can continue to direct the conversation and move it forward. Now, after sharing the pricing, here's a couple of things I encourage you to do. Is you want to just pause and hold space. Stop talking. Let them process. And that could be very challenging when you're starting out, because there's a void there and there's a need to, sometimes there's a feeling, I need to fill that void. No, but you want to just be quiet, let them process. They're doing the math in their head. They're calculating, hey, do I see the value in this when it comes to solving the problems that I just spoke about, getting to the results I just spoke about? How can I make this work? So they're doing the math, they're doing the processing in their head. And when you think you're helping by interrupting and offering suggestions, it's interrupting their decision-making process. So be quiet and just be present. Be present. Stay in a relaxed, confident posture and relax. When they do respond, listen, make sure you're listening completely. Let them finish before you jump in. A lot of times I see a lot of people jump in out of nerves and anxiety and a little fear that they have. And it interrupts the flow, because many times people share, they're getting creative in their head and they share a lot more than you think they want to share. So one of the things I do as you listen first is give yourself a 5 count after they finish speaking. 2, 3, 4, 5. And sometimes people continue because they have more that they want to share. They start explaining their decision or explaining where there's a challenge or where there's a concern. So you're getting all the information you need to help them in that decision-making process. And we talk about that in a training in another video I have in the course about reframing objections. Focus on serving them and not just trying to convince them. I say here, don't sell, but no, you're selling, but it's not about. A lot of times in these situations, people try to convince. So focus on serving them, and you don't want to convince. Persuasion is what works, and we talk about that in Why Sales Leadership. Stay in a helpful mindset rather than rather than thinking about defending your price or feeling like you need to convince them that the price is the right thing or justifying it. The silence after the price is one of the most important and valuable things you can do in the sales conversation. And as I mentioned, that's where the offer makes sense. That's where your potential clients make sense of the offer in their mind. And that's where they're processing, they're making a decision. Don't rush them. I see a lot of times in that process, people try to rush it to get off the call because of their nerves, because of their anxieties, because of their hangups. And it shifts the whole energy of the call. If you do have another call at the bottom of the hour, at the top of the hour, depending on how you schedule your calls, you may want to be late for that call, right? And one of the ways I've done that is I just call out, say, hey, Colin, we're running a little bit longer than planned. Let's hold for a second. I just wanted to send a quick message to let my next call know I'll be there shortly. If you're on a Zoom, mute, turn off the camera, send an email. Let them process. Let them stay there and process and come to and make their decision. Don't rush their decision. So the keys to confident price delivery is lead with clarity. You want to know your numbers, know your anchoring price number, your incentive price number, the savings that you're offering, the payment options, your deposit rules. And the payment options can be multiple payment options. Right? You want to work, I encourage you to work that out before you even get on calls. You want to know, hey, this is the minimum deposit I'll take. This is the length of the call that the length of the payment plan I'll do, the maximum length of a payment plan I'll do. This is the specific amount, minimum amount of a payment plan or maximum amount of a payment plan I'll do. Knowing those numbers definitely help. The other thing too is having your payment links ready. When the person make the decision, have the payment link ready to send. I know some people say I'll send an invoice. Yeah, you can send an invoice, but someone is in a buying mode right now. They've made a decision, lock them in on the decision, send them the link. Hey, I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. Just click on the link. As you go ahead and process that payment, I'll get your welcome email together and I'll shoot that over to you. Or if you're a coach or you're a consultant, hey, while you do that, I'll bring up my calendar and look for a few days to book our first call. You want to continue that buying process. You want to bring that buying process to the end. Another thing about after they said yes to your offer is just slowing down for a second and congratulating them on the wise decision. I love doing that. I want to acknowledge people, hey, congratulations on making a wise decision to invest in yourself and to get to these goals. How do you see this program helping you over the next 6 months achieve those goals? And let them talk to you, let them tell you. That is getting them to resell themselves on the decision that they've made. That is helping them create the ammunition that they need when they get off the call. They may talk to their partner or their spouse or a friend and say, well, I'll just spend 10 grand on this program. I'm like, you crazy? I could have helped you with that. Now, they know why they bought it. It's confirmed to them. They know this is the reason why I've invested in it. It helps you reduce refunds and things to that effect. To deliver with confidence, you want to be able to practice phrasing that position your offer within the price. You also want to control your energy, control your tone, and look out for and keep your potential clients engaged as you're sharing. Does that make sense? And that's one of my favorite follow-up lines, to keep people engaged. Does that make sense? Present your pricing with clarity and certainty. Isn't just quoting, it's just not about quoting a number. It's about framing the value, showing the savings, and guiding them towards a confident decision. That's what you do on that call. So here's what the next steps are for you. I would like you to write out your complete pricing framework. Practice delivering that prices framework out loud at least 10 times in front of the mirror. You want to see your facial expressions, and you want to role play saying that offer, going through that process with a coach, with a peer, with a friend. You get better at delivering the price and having confidence and certainty because of practice. Not only now you have the process, but because you're going to practice this over and over. And you'll see if you do it on the Zoom, you may want to go back and look at some of your recorded calls and you'll see your face, or you can sense your energy changed on your previous calls. So watching the tape, and that helps you become better at how you deliver the offer and deliver the pricing to the investment that you require to work with you.
The value that I hope you are getting in this mega course cannot be quantified or described, and we're not done yet. I'm going to introduce you to Nicole McCain, who does automations in AI. She is an expert in AI and dropped on the scene just a few months ago into my ecosystem, and we have not been the same since. Nicole is going to give you some really tactical and practical ways that you can use AI starting today. And these are ways you probably have not already learned about. She is going to go in. This is so fun. I'm going to give you some more of my insights as well, because I've been using AI, especially in the last 6 months, to just do so many things. AI has helped me make more money. It's helped me take more time to myself. It's helped me think better and more. It's helped me be more creative. There's a lot of things that AI has done, and I'm still learning every single day. So this section of this mega course, this monster course, I hope that you enjoy. I'm going to give you some practical, tactical, but extremely valuable nuggets that you can take these lessons. Make sure you grab the custom GPT that I have made for you so that you can implement all of this that you're learning, and not just observe, but take it with you. Feed it the information. I've trained it on hours and hours and hours of my own intellectual property. It knows what I would say in a certain situation, and you get it for free. This would normally be thousands of dollars. I didn't want to do that. It's just free. It's in the description below, and have fun with it. Let me know how it's helping you, and share it with someone who may also want to have it. Make sure they sign up at the link below. They see this video. Sharing is caring. So with no further ado, let's get right into our AI segment. Many people have been waiting for this moment. So this is AI with Nicole McCain and me, Arlan.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nicole McCain, and I'm going to take you through Prompting 101. So I know everyone is familiar with ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and other LLM models. But how do you get the best output out of those models? Well, the key is in your prompting. So I'm going to take you through Prompting 101 so that you can understand the fundamentals of how to get the best output for your goal, for your business, out of these LLM models. In particular, I'll stick to ChatGPT, and I'll walk you through the different prompting frameworks and the fundamentals, best practices, and examples so that you can understand how you should be structuring your prompts to get the best output from these models. All right, so let me just jump into our agenda. So we'll cover Prompting 101, we'll cover the various frameworks and the way you can iterate on your prompts, the different types of prompting models and techniques, pitfalls and best practices, and some examples. So what is prompting in itself? Prompting is the way of giving AI a clear and detailed instruction so that it knows exactly what you want. So this is us as humans connecting with AI and talking to AI so that it understands what we want. It's a conversation between you and the model. We want your prompts to unlock the best answers, the best output, the most accurate output from ChatGPT. We want your prompts to ensure that the GPT understands you and that there's fewer hallucinations or zero hallucinations. And we don't want to just have AI as a toy. We want to make sure that it's giving us practical, realistic output based on our ask and our desires. So I'm going to walk you through the best practices of which framework you should use. The most popular framework is the RCT FTE formula. The R stands for role, and that means telling the AI what persona it should take on, what role it should take on, who it should be. The C is for the context. You want to give it some context around the situation that you're talking about, the background around what you're referencing, and making sure that it understands the situation that is at play. Then you want to also give it a task. Now, the task should be a clear action verb and goal of what you want it to do. The format should be, how do you want the LLM model to output its answer? Do you want it in a bullet point, in a table, in JSON format, in a PowerPoint or a Word document? So all of that is helpful. And then the T is for the tone. So this could be the tone that you want it to use in the output. Do you want it to have a friendly tone, a more chill vibe, a more relaxed style? Do you want to have a more empowering tone? So those are just some examples of your tone, and you can even use your own brand tones and give examples of those. And yes, the E is for examples. You want to tell it what to do and what not to do, and give it examples. You can give it a screenshot example, upload a document as an example, or explicitly just tell it what those examples are that it should mirror or that it should not do. All right, so I'm going to go back into the use cases for each of the framework here formula, RCT, FT. As I mentioned, with the role, you want to make sure you're telling it who it is. For example, you can say you are an expert, elite, content creator, or a brand manager that knows how to create the most powerful brand copy or brand visuals. So that's an explicit role that it's going to take on, and that is going to search and reflect on that persona. When you define its expertise, the AI can access more sophisticated vocabulary or framework or industry specific insights based on the role you've asked it to take on. Now, for the context, this is the explanation, right? The background, the situation that you want it to understand. Just like you're telling your friend about what happened last week, you're painting that picture, you're giving it context. You want to do the same with AI GPT. You want to paint the picture so that it's complete and it understands the constraints, the opportunities, and the environment. So you can also include metrics, timelines, constraints, and you can just ensure that it understands what you're talking about. Are you talking about your business? Are you talking about something personal? Are you talking about a particular agency? You want to talk about social media? So those are the type of context that you want to be clear about what you're referencing so that it knows then that's exactly what it should reference in its context. Now for the task, you want to use precise action verbs. You don't want to use anything that's vague when you're telling it the specific task that you want it to do. You want your action verb to have the context of what you want it to do. You're going to say something like generate, write, craft, compare, analyze, evaluate, develop, plan, improve, enhance, or optimize. Those are key action verbs that really helps it to understand exactly the task that it needs to do. And then you want to talk about the format. So the format is the structure of what you want it to output. Do you want bullet points? Do you want numbered steps, check boxes? Do you want an email or a script or a report or a table or a headline or a social post? You just want to be really clear with the type of format that you want it to output. And you don't have to be as strict with the format. You can see what it outputs, assess it, and then tell it, okay, now put it in this format. Once you're happy with what it gave you and you have the final output, then you can tell it the format. These are just guidelines that you should follow, but the role and the context are very important. Moving down to the next one, the tone. The tone shapes the word choice that the LLM is going to select. So if you wanted to match your brand personality, you want to be specific and tell it the tone. So if your brand personality or the tone that you want is more professional, you're going to tell it that. If you want it to be more authoritative, you can tell it be more authoritative, or to be more friendly, more action-oriented, urgent tone in the output. You can say, let's make the output more urgent, tone sound more urgent or compelling, more clear, step-by-step, informative, or you can tell it just be relaxed or be creative, energetic, or memorable. For the examples, like I said, you can upload examples of what you want it to do. You can paste a sample of an email if you have an example, or a format, you want it to follow a particular format, or you can give it more examples like similar to this website or similar to this case study, and upload those screenshots, those documents, so that AI can analyze it and replicate those patterns. All right, so now we'll talk more about how you can iterate on your prompts. If your first prompt is not good and you're not getting the output you want after you followed the framework that I mentioned previously, you can revisit the framework, add more content, add more context to it, make sure that you're more specific with your ask when you're using that framework. And you can also shorten the sentences of your prompt, make it maybe 3 sentences instead of 5. You can also use better examples. You can check your examples that you've given it and make sure that you're giving it better examples that are more clear and more aligned to what you're asking. And you can add constraints. So if your prompt is too generic or overwhelming to the AI, you can give it boundaries or requirements. So you can say, for example, keep each point under 20 words, or use data only for the last 12 months, avoid technical jargon, or include exactly 3 examples per section. So all of these are just examples that you can use if you're not getting the output that you want. For multimodal prompting, the AI can read images, listen to audio, watch a video, interpret code all at the same time. If you're using a prompt for multimodal AI and you want it to analyze and listen to something and read something at the same time, you really have to be more specific and clear and detailed in your prompts and make them shorter. The best practices include specifying the modality in the task and content. That means you want to tell it the type of format. So if it's an image, you can tell it, okay, you're going to analyze the attached image. If you're telling it to listen to a voice note, you can tell it, attach is my voice note, please listen to it and analyze it. Then you could use your prompt from there. If you're giving it screenshots, you can say, based on these screenshots, write 5 feature benefit statements for our sales page, focus on improving user workflows. When you're giving it different types of images, audio, and code, be clear and tell it exactly what you're feeding it so there's no confusion in what it is analyzing and the output that you want for that analysis. So let's move into the advanced prompting toolkit. We'll start with prompt chaining. Prompt chaining is when you're giving the AI sequential prompts where each output feeds into the next. So think of an assembly line where what you're telling it to do is going to build upon the next prompt and the next task that you asked it to do, and then the next prompt where you're asking it to do something in addition to what you've previously told it. For example, here's a 3-step prompt chain. The first one is you're going to ask the LLM to research and analyze. You can say, you're a market researcher, analyze this industry report for my ideal client, identify the top 3 pain points that they go through, format it as bullet points with supporting data. So once you're asking it to research your target audience and analyze it, step 2 will be to ask it to do some strategy around those 3 pain points. So now you could tell it, if you wanted to do content around those 3 pain points, you can say you're a content strategist based on these pain points, create a content marketing messaging strategy that addresses each one. Include content types, distribution channels, and success metrics. All right, so that's step 2. And then for step 3, if you wanted to build out a sales page or execute more on what you've already told it in step 1 and 2, you want to pull more from step 2, and you can say you're a copywriter based on the strategy from step 2. Write the first piece of content, a LinkedIn article or a newsletter article addressing pain point number 1. Make it 800 words, engaging tone, include actionable tips, and so on as you're following the prompt framework. That's an example of the 3-step prompt chain. First, you've asked it to analyze something, then you're asking it in step 2 to strategize more on that analysis, and then step 3, you're asking it now to build out something even more based on what it's already analyzed and strategized on. So you want to make sure your prompts are clear and focused when you're doing prompt chaining. And this is better for large projects when you wanted to really build upon what you've researched and analyzed and what you're asking it to do. The next type of prompting is chain of thought. Chain of thought is step by step. When you want the LLM to show its reasoning and think through what it's doing step by step. You want to use this when you're doing more complex analysis, more problem solving, and strategic decision analysis. Here's an example. You can ask it to think step by step. Should we launch our new AI coaching program in Q1 or in Q2? Consider our development timeline, market conditions, competitor activity, customer feedback cycles, and resource allocation. So you wanted to think through each of those, the development timeline, the marketing conditions, competitors, customer feedback, and resources. Those are different variables that it has to analyze before it gives you an answer. So it's a bit more complex, and you just have to be careful in the role you're giving it and exactly the background, the context, and then once you fed it all of that, then you can give it that chain of thought. It can reason through it, and it can walk you through how it reasoned. So you can ask it to explain your thought process around this. You can even ask it to break it down step by step or show its work, and ask it, walk me through your reasoning. How did you come up with that? So you always want to ask the LLM how it came up with that answer so that you can validate it and make sure that it's reasonable and makes sense to you. The next type of prompting is tree of thought. This one is around getting multiple solution paths at the same time. Then you can compare and contrast them and find the best solution. You can use this for creative projects, strategy development, or when you need different options. So you can ask it to generate 3 different approaches to a specific challenge. So for example, you can ask it to describe the strategy around that challenge, list 3 advantages, identify potential risks, and even provide real world examples. So now you're asking it to do similar to chain of thought. You're asking it to do different things, but here you're asking it to give you 3 different approaches, like 3 different examples and ways of doing things. For example, if I'm asking it to help me generate some examples of names for my offers that would be transformative and tied to my ideal client pain point, I would tell it exactly that. Generate 5 different names for my offer that will show the transformation that my ideal clients will get. So now it's going to think through a decision tree and then give you those 5 examples. And then you can still ask it to compare each output and why. I'll give it more background on why it thought those 3 or 5 examples are the best approach. So always speak to the LLM like you're having a conversation, helping it to think through. You're asking it, why did it come up with that? So that you get more perspective from it. And then another example is meta prompting. With meta prompting, you're asking AI to improve your prompts before using them. You can tell AI like the type of prompt you want it to create for you. For example, you can say, I want to create a prompt for reaching my business goal of $10,000 a month. Here is my current attempt at crafting a prompt like this. Refine this prompt and make it better based on top prompting techniques. And you can say based on the RCTFT format. And then you can tell it, you can ask it to analyze the prompt and refine it, and what's unclear or vague about that prompt, any missing elements that would improve the output, and any suggestions for better structure or wording. You can even ask it to not only review your prompt, but to rewrite it. And you can say, based on your analysis, please rewrite my prompt to be more effective, to be more clear, and to give me better results. So you can do this when you want a prompt, but you can't find it in your prompt library. You don't have it, but you're thinking of what you want and maybe missing some requirements or not have defined that prompt enough. You can use meta prompting when you're stuck or when the results aren't meeting your expectations. It's like having your own prompt coach. So remember, AI is not perfect. It's gotten better, but it can still hallucinate. So always verify your facts. It does have biases, and we've seen this. So watch for gender, race, or culture biases. And remember not to overload your prompts. Don't give it one giant prompt. You want to break up your prompts and use that role RCTF format. And you want to iterate and test the output that you've given it so that you're getting the best output as possible. All right, so let's talk about prompting in ChatGPT 5 versus the other models. So we know when ChatGPT 5 came out, everyone was upset because you could not just talk to ChatGPT 5 the way you talk to O4 or O3. You have to be more structured and more detailed in your prompts in order to get the best output out of ChatGPT. And what OpenAI didn't realize is that majority of its billions of users that are using ChatGPT are not prompt engineers. They're mostly beginners or intermediates that just want to go in and get some quick output out of ChatGPT without having to really think through the framework of the prompting technique that it's going to be using. So that caused an uproar, and thank goodness they did open back up the other models. So if you are using ChatGPT 5, just remember it's really good, but it's designed to give you a better output if you give it a higher level prompt. So think of the O4 and O3 models, like maybe driving a Honda Accord, and then the ChatGPT 5 is like driving a stick shift Ferrari. Like you have to know what gears to put it in order to drive it and to get the best output out of GPT 5. So when you go into GPT-5, you know that you can tell it whether you want it to do deep research or you want it to automatically choose the depth of thinking that you should tell it. Just generate something for fast, simple tasks, or you can ask it to think deeper for more complex, in-depth tasks. And you want to make sure that your prompt structure is really formatted in a good way so that it understands the role and context and everything that you're giving it. So you also want to tell it the verbosity. So the verbosity is how much detail you want back. So do you want it to give you a lot of details, low verbosity? Medium verbosity is okay, just give me a regular amount of output, or do you want it to give you back a lot of details? So you don't have to say the word verbosity, you can just tell it. So you can just ask ChatGPT 5 to create a very verbose marketing plan for your online business. Then you could give it more context around that. So it knows how much detail it needs to go into. You also want to tell it what tools that you want it to call. And the call means a search. Like, what tools do you want it to search? So unlike the other models, ChatGPT 5 will look through the web, it'll look through files, it'll look through images, even online content all at the same time, versus the other models, 04 and 03, which will maybe only just do web search. It won't look at Instagram and all of that unless it was doing deep reasoning. So with the 05, it is a higher tiered model and it does do that deep reasoning, even though if you do the auto, it's not explicitly saying deep reasoning. I know there's another drop down for it, but it is a higher thinking model and it's going to grab and search everything. I don't know if you ever saw The Matrix, but it's going to grab everything so that it can give you back the best content that you've asked for. For example, if you asked it to help me design this website and make it aligned to my brand, you could say based on my top competitor's format, and you could give it the name of your top competitor or a link to your top competitor. It's going to look through the web, it's going to look through images, it's going to look through content, it's going to look through so many different things and websites and social platforms so that it can pull together the best answer for you. Now with the self-reflection rubrics, this means that ChatGPT 5 is going to create its own grading scale. So that means that it's going to grade its own response. It's going to look through the response that it's given you and it's going to grade it and critique it. So that helps to improve its answers so that it can reflect on the answer it's giving you, instead of you having to go back and manually critique it and give it a thumbs down and say, oh, this was horrible, I don't like the output, regenerate the output, or just prompting it again. It has its own self-critiquing loop already built in. All right, down to the Meta Prompt Optimizer. This is new and specific to ChatGPT 5. It's OpenAI's dedicated prompt optimizer tool where you put in your prompts and it's going to rewrite your prompts based on best practices so that you can get the best output. So this is the OpenAI optimizer tool for ChatGPT 5. So once you go in there, you're going to put in your prompt and then you're going to hit optimize. And then it's going to give you feedback on the prompt and reformat it and gives you best practices on how the prompt should be formatted. So now you can see it's given me some breakout of the prompt, the role that I've given the prompt, and then it's formatting a checklist on what it's looking for in the prompt, looking for pattern interrupts, it's analyzing the topic, it's looking at insight and actionable steps and tips for each caption, and then it's going to give me some feedback on that prompt. So I see here, if I click right here, review changes, everything here looks good. Everything here is in green with the prompt. I know there was one thing in red where it It's giving me a -1 score for something with the prompt. So let me just see if I can find it. All right, so everything looks good with the prompts. So you can see how the optimizer works. So you want to continue to practice with your prompting techniques, follow this training and the prompts for crafting your optimal prompts, especially if you're using the new GPT-5 model, which requires more detailed and structured prompt frameworks. Thank you for joining me.
I'm going to take you through a few examples of some live, lovable landing pages that are making me money currently. And when I say lovable, I mean this AI agent that helps you with just a prompt, a sentence, or a paragraph, or something that you've taken from ChatGPT or another type of thing like ChatGPT. It'll spin up a landing page, a sales page, an information page, lead magnet for you. And you can get really creative with it. People are using it for so many different things. They are creating games with it, animations, different things. But I use it in a very specific way over and over again that has just proven to work over and over. So I wanted to show you that. So this is what it looks like when you go to it. If you've tried Replit, it's just like Replit. It's the same type of AI agent, meaning that it can not just take your prompts like ChatGPT and answer questions, but it can actually do things and think and process and make decisions. And this is just one type of AI agent, by the way. There are many types that do different things. But I wanted to show you this gallery so you can start to get the wheels spinning on what you could do with what you have. So the first one is this page. And it is where I sell and inform for an application to my YouTube Studio 2.0. And it really is based off of another site that I saw. And the site does really well. So I started, going step by step. What does that site do really well? How can I hack that and do the same? And the offer is different. This is not based on anyone else's offer, but the site itself. So this is a great sales page. It's actually an application page, but it essentially explains how I make my team and we take your raw videos and turn them into amazing videos. There are no contracts. It's a monthly thing. But it's kind of like an announcement page. So if you click apply now, it clicks over. It actually scrolls down. There's a bunch here. It tells you the pricing currently. This could always change and go up. But when you click apply now, it takes you to a type form registration for you to apply. And then I get that application on my end. And we could easily have this linking off to a PayPal link or to some sort of payment or some sort of book a call. But this is the way I wanted to do this one. So think about your high ticket. This is certainly high ticket, 20,000 a year, but with no contract. So you could do it just monthly. Think about how you could further explain your high ticket offer. Even if you already have it somewhere, could you add to it where it explains things? Now, what I love about this is because it's a product and offer that has to do with video, I'm able to just tell Lovable in these prompts, I'm just able to tell it, hey, add this video. And I link to a YouTube video that I've uploaded or they have uploaded, and it goes right to it and it plays it right there. Isn't that cool? So I could add more to here. Of course, when it's on mobile, it looks different, but it lets you view that both ways. So that's just one idea. The next one is the same type of site. You see the top of it is very similar. The videos are separate or different, but the next one is for my YouTube course. So I have my YouTube course on Stan.store, but I have an A/B test going. So I have just the Stan store, which is very basic, and I love it. I think it's really, really effective. And then I have a B test, which is what if they get more information here? What if they go through a real kind of sales page optimized? And again, this could change at any time, this pricing. And then this clicks over to my Stan page and goes right into it. Doesn't even give them a second kind of sales thing. So let's say you have a Stan store, or you have a school, or you have a Gumroad, anything like that, where you already have something that is already a checkout page, but it's pretty simple, and you want to have a little bit fancier
a little bit more for it to look at. Now, at any point, you can pause these and take a look at them or click below to see them in real time. Now, this one, and these both are making me money. People are signing up for this, and people are signing up for this in droves. And this converts incredibly higher than just the stand page alone. This is why I'm showing it to you. Okay, so now you have the, this is for my in-person YouTube workshop. And you see, I've even prompted Lovable to have these glowing. And at first, when they were glowing flashing. So I said, slow down the glow. And sometimes what you do is just type it out. And sometimes you do that Shift Command 4 on a MacBook. You take a screenshot of it. You upload that screenshot and say, in this section, do XYZ. Right? But it is really, really cool. I like these colors. These are my kind of brand colors, black and purple. Yours may be different. And then you would add your own. But again, I was able to add a video, and I said this video, you can notice that this video is much larger. Sorry, it's a different one. This video is much larger than these videos because I said I wanted it to be larger. When this was put in, I said I want it larger, 30% larger, 50% larger, 2x larger. And it does it because you told it to. And then you have a secure your spot. Now, if you notice, this one's a little different. So this is going to scroll down, or actually it's going to link out. So it links to a PayPal page. Now, this is on sale for $14.99 as of right now. So it links to my PayPal link, and many people have clicked on this and paid. So you understand why I pay $200 to $300 a month for Lovable. I have a lot of credits with Lovable because if only one person were to purchase it, paid for it. But it's just over and over and over again. I'm able to use Lovable over and over and over again. So I hope this is getting the wheels turning. There's more. And what I'm saying to you is that you don't have to do all of these. Just choose one or two, and you can at a time, and you can really, really do something fast here. So this one is not one where I'm selling something necessarily. Although what I do think is I'll put a little call to action button here. Maybe I'll do it right now with you right here. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say add. I just found it in my Lovable account. Add a yellow CTA button that says join Arlan's YouTube Studio 2.0. And let's see, where is it? This one. And I'm going to copy that, come back over here, and I'll say, and link it to. Boom. Just doing that in real time right now before I show it before this goes live. It goes live in a couple of days to a select group of people. So what I want to show you, though, is that this is not like a public site that I'm going to just show to everybody, although I might actually, because it is really cool. What this is when people went to this first one in July, we filmed a few of them for their YouTube pages, like a 5-minute sit down so they can have a 1 to 2 minute intro video. And this is showcasing what turned out, and I'll have all 5 of them soon. So I've built this, and I'm going to share this with the group, and they're going to get to see that quality. You know, there's different background colors and all kinds of things. It's just really, really cool. And why I wanted to show you this is because you can use it more for not just like sales. You use it to stack that value for the customers you already have. Because we did a surprise and delight by filming them. Because those who volunteered, hey, I would love to have a video in this awesome studio for my YouTube channel, please. So we did a surprise and delight. And now we're going to do another surprise and delight by showing this website, this showcase. And if I were to take this live in public, that would be even more so a cool thing if they all agree to it. So if you can see how you can kind of follow up with people. So what is it right now that you could create for your customer who already has paid something to you that would be a surprise and delight that's based on just a few prompts inside here? Let's see what it did. Add the call to action right here. Join Arlan's studio, and it links right on over. That's too cool. Now, I might even get rid of the Explore All videos because that's not going to really take me anywhere. I like this color. So what I'll do after this filming is I'll turn this one into this color, and I'll remove this one. And what I'll do is I'll just, take a screenshot of that just little part, Shift Command 4. I'll upload that here and I'll talk to it. Okay. Now we have another one that's similar. So this is a showcase that I have been sharing with my members. And what this is again, people in my YouTube studio are making some amazing videos, whether they film at my studio or not. And then we edit them, etc. And we're helping them with the concepts and the packaging. And so we get to highlight, because they're doing exceptional things, we get to highlight them here. And when people come to this, they get to see like some free, awesome, like content. And then it says, would you like to be featured in the next showcase? Become a YouTube studio customer. Book an interest call with Arlan's team. Again, this is where it becomes this thing for what you could make money on. Okay. And then what I like about this one is, when I was adding these, I was like, this is really cool, but I want it to be different every time somebody comes to it so they don't get bored. So look, so you have Lauren, Julie, and Nikki across here. So I'm going to press refresh because I prompted it to change it up. So now you have Darshana, JP, and Nikki. If I do it one more time, it'll do it differently because I've asked it to. You see? So you can ask it whatever your imagination can take you. You can ask it. You can also go to ChatGPT and say, I'm using Lovable. Give me 10 ideas of what I could ask it to do. Another one that is also making me money right now is my private sneak peek at my Your First Million live event in 2026. And this is just for members of my membership. I have this, and I have different pricing that will go up for the public. And people have been obviously buying these. Right. And any little notes I want to make, any little, accessibility note, no refunds, things of that nature. I can even add a video and click off to it. Now, this one is cool because this is actually a bonus link that you get when you are part of my YouTube class or my YouTube workshop or my YouTube. There's a lot of ones, right? Every YouTube thing I have, there's plenty of them where you get this as a bonus. Now that you've taken Arlan's YouTube Revenue Masterclass, unlock your bonus bundle. So I did this live. I announced this live on a virtual the first time, and then I did it again and again. And what happens here, this is actually not on Lovable, even though it looks like it. It's on Replit. If you see here in the URL section, it's Replit because Replit does this too. I just happen to think that Lovable is a little easier to work with. But here is one that's very cool. So it has a beginner's guide to YouTube. You can do a pull down menu here. And then bonus one, swipe files. Again, you can take these and you can copy these. And I built this over probably 3 hours it took me. Another one, more templates that people can use. Another mini guide, how to set up your viral video, product launch blueprint, and so on and so forth. So what kind of freebie could you create? Some bonus thing that sometimes we'll give a bonus and we'll give a PDF or we'll give something, but this is a new world. What kind of bonus could you give that not only does all of this, but it helps you promote your other things at the end of it? I even have one that lets you click a button to copy these amazing prompts and then paste them elsewhere. It's on a different page. I mean, I have dozens of these. And that doesn't mean you need to have dozens of them. But what if you had one that made you money starting today? Make sure you check out the custom GPT that I have in the description below. I made it just for you. It's free. It's awesome. And I hope it helps you implement. It takes you from just watching and observing and learning to actually putting this all into practice. Cannot wait to hear what you build and what you do with this information. I am so excited. I see every single comment that you put below. So make sure that you leave a comment. Let me know your favorite parts. Let me know when you hear something that is helping you, and let me know what you build. Now, you have your unique value proposition, your target audience, what kind of offer you want to make to them. This part of this monster course that I'm building for you for free, that will tell you everything you need to know to start a one-person business and build it to as big as you want. This next part is so crucial. We're talking about school, the platform, the membership platform. And I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know about school and as little time as possible so that you can get started on it right away. You don't want to overthink this. They have made it so easy for you. And school has been very powerful for me in my life and for the lives of hundreds and hundreds of my students. I'm teaching thousands of students inside of my school memberships. And many of them are starting their own schools because they see how it works. They like the interface, they like what we're doing inside of it as the platform that I'm using for my networks, and they're taking it for themselves. So this is what you'll see when you first jump onto school. You'll see join a movement of 172,000 passionate people who are earning 1 billion plus per year. Now that number is going to go up because that number was 1 billion when we had about 70,000 schools. We've added 100,000 schools recently. And so this number is absolutely going to go up. But that number will be whatever it is when you get there. So tell me in the comments what this number happens to be when you see this page, when you go to school.com. And I will tell you, if you look at this one, this calligraphy school, it's a great example. It's one of my favorite examples. It makes $6,237 per month, and it teaches you how to write in calligraphy and that style. I am a member of it because I think it's so fascinating. It also, I think, only costs $9 or $10 per month. And it is doing this. So these two women believe they're sisters, having the time of their life, hanging out, having fun, teaching people really important things. And then they're making $6,000 a month. And that doesn't include what they could be making elsewhere from it. They could be selling something else, right? So cool. And let's see what else we have. So we have pickleball school, dating with Gracie, zero to founder, the lady change, menopause, English paper piecing society. That's cool. I hadn't seen that one. AI that works. A lot of AI ones are doing really, really well. Lewis Trumpet Academy and more. So I just want you to know that this can be about just about anything. And I want to show you inside of a couple of mine. One of them is called Arlan's All Access. And you can see kind of the interface. If you're not familiar with school, you haven't been on it yet, I'm just going to show you a little bit around. If you've already been on it, you know this part, you can skip ahead. But you have the community tab where you have these different posts, and you can pin posts here to get a little bit more exposure. And then you have people confused and ticked off. We'll see what that's about. And then we'll have my client, 5x her sales. What am I missing? Celebrating 9.9 today, etc. So this is an Arlan's All Access where I teach about YouTube, school, and sales. Have 446 members. And if you go into the classroom, this classroom is pretty stacked. There's a lot in this classroom. You do not have to have a classroom like this. In fact, I've seen my favorite classrooms have about 6 of these modules, just about 6. And I have a start here section. Most of my memberships, like this one, your first 5K, go into the classroom, start here. If you go into Inner Circle, go in the classroom, start here. Most of them have that. I would highly recommend having that very, very beginning is start here. This is where you're going to get some information. I'm going to make this a draft. Okay. So you have customer service. We have a private lounge. It teaches you how to use the map feature, which is up here. And it just kind of gives people the lay of the land. And I kind of spread that over 2 modules because sometimes people are going to skip ahead. I'm just it's just take it slow when you come in. You don't have to have everything built out for everybody.
And in fact, I'm going to show you a little bit of a video of me the first day, just a few months ago, that I started Your First 5K. I will show you this video, not the whole thing, but I'll show you just a couple of clips of it, where this was all blank. Now I have almost 2,000 members. And I started this just a few months ago, less than 6 months ago, maybe less than 5 months ago. And it was all blank. So I'll show it to you now. I just started a new membership and I wanted to document how I'm doing it. So this is how it looks. The moment you sign up for it, you go into this. So here I'll go to the classroom. I will just have some placeholders for myself. I'll do a start here. And I won't do a description right now. I'll leave it open for people. And no one's going to be in yet, so I'll just have that published. I want to do YouTube Accelerator because that's one that I want to have. And then I want to have quick wins. I know that for sure. Okay, so we'll do that. And all of this is published. I can replace it with the pictures that I want. And then maybe I'll put here coming soon. April 2025. I'll just put that, we'll see what happens when I might want to change that. I'll do that with quick wins as well. And I will replace that before letting anyone in. But now I just have that. And then I'll have the coming soon page across the board. So if anybody does happen to see it. Now I'll go back to here and I'll get into my settings. And now I want to, you see everything is blank to start, but now I want to get some information out. So I do know that it's first 5,000. I usually use my picture as an icon, so I'll probably do that. I'll put something there. Again, I mentioned that. I will go to ChatGPT later, and I will put in the group description. And then it says I can stand out with a custom URL. So let's see if I can change that now. Okay, so now it's this. It is a private membership. I will change it to, I'll keep it at private because I don't want people to be able to see it if they don't pay. And then I'll go to pricing and I'll add a price. Right now I have free because that's kind of the default, but I want to add a price. I will do monthly and annual, and I'm going to say 19 because that's my plan, and I'm going to say it's $95 a year, which is pretty cool, very accessible. And that's the point of this one. I wanted this to be a very accessible price point. Okay, so as you can see, it was just a blank canvas, and then you just add a few things. You add, I call it tending the garden. You add a little bit here, you plant here, you trim here. And now what it has is all of this. Again, it's very stacked. This is another one that's really stacked, but I'll show you others that aren't as much. But this one is super valuable. This membership costs $9 a month or $50 a year, mostly $50 a year. And it's worth at least 5K. And it's just the way that I wanted to do it. I use it as the kind of mid-funnel. I bring people in from YouTube and other places that can kind of come in, have a entry into my ecosystem to understand how I teach. I do these 5-day challenges that are super popular, really, really, really valuable. Multiple people have made their first 5K inside of this club in less than 5 months. And many, many, many more have made their first, 100 or 1,000. And there's a lot of stuff in here, a lot of great, great stuff in here. But you start, as you saw with that clip, you can just start with a couple of things, one pinned post. And now what you can do is you can go live. You can actually go live and talk to your audience impromptu, or you can go to the calendar and set up. You can schedule something. Say, okay, I want to do a school call, or I want to do a Zoom or a Google Meets, but school it has native video and streaming. Also does replays and lets you download that. So if you think about it, you start a community based on something from your UVP, something that's going to be fun for you, something interesting to you, and you set it up. You get a 14-day trial when you sign up. to a school. They just give you that for free. In those 14 days, you put up a pinned post, you put up a couple of things in the classroom. You might schedule a live session or two. And you start inviting people. You don't wait weeks and weeks and weeks until it's perfect. You just don't do that. I think I have brought 200 people in as school members. I think it's at last count. And then, of course, I have, maybe 3,500 or more members inside of my membership. So I've seen a lot. And I have 8.5 memberships myself, which is a lot to have. And what I've noticed is that audience in a really great way is going to help you build, because you might spend 2 months just building like what you think is the perfect classroom and has everything in it. And then all of a sudden you start to get feedback that, hey, this is too complicated, or I didn't want this. I thought it was something else. You start to get those refund requests, and you start to get people churning out, leaving faster than you can get people in. And it could be because you went on a path that you didn't validate first enough. So what's kind of cool is you come in, you put in a pin post, you put in a couple of courses or modules, or just even the beginnings of. You post a couple of those live sessions that you're going to have in the future, and then you put a little bit of flavor to it. You've given it a great name that people understand. You then reach out and ask people to come in. Now, what I suggest you do is, if you have 5 or 10 people who you think would want to join and who you think would be great for the membership, you can actually ask them to come in and give them a free pass. It's pretty simple to do. I'll show you how to do that. Give them a free pass. So you just click on members once you're in, go to invite. And then if you just invite them from this bottom section, either one at a time or as a CSV file, they won't have to purchase. See, these invite methods will grant instant access without purchasing or requesting membership. So if you just want to invite somebody in general, you would use this and then they would pay if it's a paid membership. But if you don't want to do that, you could just invite them. And then what you do is you've now given them that access, and you start to seed the membership. So then when that other person comes to it, they see people are already in it. I'm not the first person at the party. And that's what I did with one of my memberships. I invited maybe 40 or 50 people to it who had already paid previously for something else, but this was kind of like their gift for this. And they made it a rockin' party. And then that same week, I was able to invite new people, and they saw people were already in there making posts. They could just see the number of people on the outside. It was really, really cool. So you don't have to make it perfect. And the reason you would use school is a couple of reasons. One way you use school is by simply selling access to your school membership. Instead of having a free Facebook group or something that's kind of getting lost in the sauce, you might say, hey, it's $9 a month or $50 a year, which is what I teach inside of your first 5K. I teach you this method of $9 a month, $50 a year, and you're trying to get 3 people a day to join. That's about 5K, 4,500, give or take. You could do that. You could charge more for it. Some people are charging, $50, $100, $200 a month and doing really well. Just depends on where you are in your business, what your offer is, and how much time you want to dedicate to this. Because it is something important that you want to give time to. Another way you could use it is make it free for people to join, but within it, you're promoting and you're giving value, but then you're able to say, hey, jump on a phone call with me and let's go over what you're working on. And then you're able to have that place to see if they could use some of your your paid services. So what I've seen people do is they'll have a free membership, and they'll get as many people as they can who are their target audience into that membership. And they'll give them a course, they'll give them live sessions, they'll give them all this stuff for free. And then they'll say, if you want to do XYZ, jump on a call. And on that call, they'll figure out what's going on with that person and say, well, you know what? I have this $2,500 offer that I think could really help you. Would you like to learn more about it? And then going through all of the things you're learning from Colin in sales and learning from me about sales, you could then upsell people. So I've seen people do that and make 6 figures per month that way. I've also seen people make 6 figures per month just having a $150 a month membership and just getting volume and volume and volume. But think about those numbers. You could have a $9 a month or $50 a year membership. 50% of the people buy one, 50% buy the other version. Bring 3 people in a day or more, 100 people a month at this very accessible rate. You have your YouTube, top of funnel feeding into it. You could make a few $1,000s a month. Now, there's no guarantee to how much you'll make. I'm only giving you education and giving you my experience, but I could see that happening, and I see it happen all the time. So that's one way to do it. Think about it. Or you have that free membership. And I teach more in depth about these inside of my memberships, just so you know, inside of Arlan's All Access, inside of Your First 5K. I teach very much so every bit of this if you're interested. Also go to stan.store/Arlan. That's where you can get my membership course, or you can get my YouTube course, etc. Just the deep dives. But this should already have the wheels turning for you. Now, what I wanted to do is show you some of the examples of schools that are doing well. So not just any old school, but schools that are doing well. So if you go to the school games inside the schoolers community for school hosts, and let's go over to music. So Producer Union is making $4,700 a month. Clarity Guitar Studio is making $4,600. You can just pause this and look through these names and see what's going on. So if you're a musician at all, even if you're like, I'm doing my music, I don't want to, I don't have a class, I don't know, start one. Spin one up, teach people how to play that guitar. Spin it up and see what happens. If you're a musician, let me know in the comments if that sounds like something that's interesting. If you're a singer, could you give singing lessons? If you're an actor, I have so many actors who follow me. I hope some of them see this video and this part of the video. Because if you're an actor, you could give acting lessons. You could give audition lessons. You could give readings back and forth. You could do all kinds of things. Let's get into money. So the money category, Serious Circle, $334,000 a month. Crazy. The 1% in AI. So this AI, there's also a tech one that we'll see AI show up. And Creator Accelerator is making $17,000 per month. Let's see what that's about. So Creator Accelerator, helping content creators and agencies scale their output and land more clients by installing AI automation systems. And you see, you get this place where you can put a video or pictures or several videos.
Yo, what's up, guys?
And you can just kind of plead your case here. And they have 309 members paying $80 per month. And you see what you get inside of it. So what I would do if I were you is I would join someone else's group on school. If you haven't joined yet, so join someone else's group, anybody's group. Go to school.com, just find something that's of interest by keyword. Join somebody's group and then see what they're doing and look around. Go into the discovery here at the top of the page, discover communities. And you see number 1 is that calligraphy one I told you about because it's so, so good. And here's one, the Brotherhood of Scent, like here's one, the Abbey crew and health, body, and energy. Pickleball, become your best self. Here's one for producers. There's all kinds of stuff, a lot of AI stuff. Watch Lovers, 2.4 thousand free members and a Watch Lovers. And you better believe what they're doing in there is probably upselling you to buy watches or to buy something. Makes a lot of sense. So if you want to do this for a hobby, you can certainly do it for that. It just costs $9 a month to have a hobby membership here. If you want to do hobby, or if you want to do a little bit more like your business, it's $100 a month. I have 8.5 of them, so I spend $10,000 a year on my memberships just to host them because I make hundreds of thousands of dollars per year on school. So it's very much so worth it. I probably will have more than one by the time you see this, more than a new one. Let's go to tech. Tech is AI. You can see like everything you can think of. If you have anything there, sports, look at that. The Skate Life, Bulletproof Cycling Club, being able to dunk, being able to dance. Now this one I watched her and she was kind of in my cohort. And she's number 4. She has 454 members. She's making $45,000 per month teaching her dance. And I tell you what, she has to teach it once and people pay for it over and over and over again. She just has to scale it. It's just that cool. So you see these different price points people are experiencing here. So it's very cool self-improvement. It skews male. So if you're a woman who wants to, like get us higher up on these scores, go for it. Look, Camp Nursing School, 2.6 thousand members paying $1,900 a month. She doesn't even have a video. She just has a picture. What does this mean? Welcome to Camp Nursing School, the ultimate study support community for nursing students who learn differently. If you've ever felt overwhelmed, stuck, or like no one really taught you how to study in nursing school, this is for you. Simplified study tools, weekly tutoring. This is so cool. Nurse Sam. I love this. 2.6 thousand members. Nurse Sam. Incredible. I don't know how Nurse Sam does it without being online too often, but she does. It's pretty cool. So if you look at mine, I have ones, from $0, like this one costs $0. This is a free membership. I have 1.5K members inside of it. And people are introducing themselves like 1.1K comments, okay, since a year ago. And people are having fun. I promoted my course in there. People are buying from that. People are like sharing their own stories. I've been inspired. I wanted to share the concept of the 6-person salon. That's so cool. For sharing. Look at that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I want to express a word of gratitude to Arlan and the members of this group for inspiration and encouraging. It's just very fulfilling. So that is very cool. Inside of this free one, I have this classroom that's like a crazy awesome course that I built. So I kind of went all out, I made this crazy course. Then I have one that's like, this one is like 20,000 a year and I have 30 members in it. And we do all of your YouTube stuff. So we do all your editing, your concepts, your thumbnails, everything you need, right? So it runs the gamut. It runs the gamut. And there's so much to learn about school. There's so much you can do. But I would say just get started. Just start playing around with it. Join someone else's membership. See what it's like. See if you like the interface. Give it a try. I would not sell annual memberships if you do not plan on sticking around for annual. You don't want to get into any kind of trouble that way. But I would absolutely, highly, highly recommend making this part of your funnel. It can be part of like capturing emails and part of like that free membership, or it can be one of your offers. So for instance, I'll take my first offer. Your first 5K costs $50 a year. And I can do so much from that. So a lot of people go from your first 5K because they make a few $1,000s, and then they'll join Arlan's All Access, which is a smaller group, more intimate, costs $600 a year at the time of this recording. And it has a smaller group, and it's very, very, very supportive. And look, I became a moderator for Arlan's All Access. Here's why. So I can't wait to read that, right? And then that's the one where we saw the confusing TikTok. We have to see what's going on there. Something's happened. There's a lot of gossip. Okay. And then there's other ones, and we kind of really talk through 100 subs on YouTube in 1 month. You get support. What am I missing? This is what I've done so far. Where am I missing? You see people have answered her. It's really cool. Today is my 1-year anniversary. I earned my extra $100,000 by June 2025. Look at that. So cool. It's so cool. Okay, I'm going to stop looking at all this, but that ascension started here. And then people from here say, I want to graduate and I want to go to this one. And then people in Arlan's All Access say, I want to graduate. And then they start with Inner Circle, which costs $5,000 a year. And I have 99 members or 98 members because 2 of us are admin. Right? And then people in Inner Circle, we get together and we do other stuff. And some people ascended to YouTube Studio. That's 20,000 a year. So truthfully, this is exactly, boom, boom, boom. And then I'm able to give things out for free and just kind of keep things organized and put up bulletin boards. And it's just too cool. And let me see if I can find this. So we get a map. You don't have to be on the map. You can take yourself off of it, but you get a map. So you can see people around the world. Look how many people are in this membership. So if I get closer and closer and closer, and this is where I am in California, if I get closer and closer, I can put on a live event, or I can say, hey, 2 people, you want to go to lunch with me? But not just the host, but the members are meeting each other. We have an entire section of Arlan's All Access, which is just people listing their pictures of each other together. When you start to put that into the mix, this entire thing we're learning, we're talking about your unique value proposition, your YouTube, your sales and conversion, AI, all of it starts to come together when you start to get real people in the mix. And you realize each one of those people, each one of those viewers, each one of those members is an actual person. And this is what it's all about. And connecting them is what it's all about. You're making them the hero and you're connecting them. So there's all sorts of things you can learn about engagement, keeping people nurtured, bringing people in. You'll learn a lot about that. We learn about that with the traffic of this. You can apply it there of this course. But then the keeping people in, you don't want people to leave your school too often. So there's different things you can learn about nurturing them. But yeah, just wanted to show you that. The one last thing I would show you with school is that I am a co-founder of School's Teachers Lounge, which is not associated with school, but we teach you about school. So if you just go to school.com/school teachers lounge 2037, that will take you right there. And or you can just look up my name. Look up Allison Saunders. This is probably the easiest way to do it. Look up this name that I'm highlighting right here, Allison Saunders, and you will get into it. And we teach you. So remember I said the 6 was like my favorite. That's why we have this. It's very simple. This is in draft. This is kind of for us, Allison and me. So right here, you have start here, like I mentioned. Meet your guides, take my school assessment, important alert. And then you have a foundation. So we're really giving you like, this is how school works. This is how you set up your school. You know, this is that video we watched just a minute ago. Part of that video we watched it here. And then you have the classroom and calendar, community members, and school news. So we keep it very simple, but very, very valuable. And then in the community section, we answer all kinds of questions in real time. So I make a video response or I make a type response. Okay. So you want to come in. It's only $9 a month or $50 a year. And we have 173 members. You get that free if you're an Arlan's All Access member or a Mastermind member, FYI. But I definitely want you to check that out because if you have those details, and I have that membership at stan.store/Arlan, that membership course that teaches you how I won the school games in September of 2024, just 1 month after launching my first school. I won the school games and I met Alex Hormozy and Sam Ovens, who own school. And I learned a lot and I've been very closely tied to school ever since. So hopefully this gives you a little to think about. Let me know in the comments what your school might be about, or if you already have one, what it's about and what your biggest challenge is right now. Because we can work on that. What is your biggest challenge with school? Let me know. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time with you these last few hours. Thank you so much for watching. No matter when you're seeing this, no matter how long it took you to get through this video, pat yourself on the back, give yourself some credit. You have done an amazing job. It's been my honor working with you. Thank you to Colin Yearwood, Nicole McCain. Thank you to you for watching. I hope that you do something with this. Do not just watch and observe. Send it to a friend. Make a decision that you're going to be accountability partners. Use the custom GPT that's free in the description right now so that you can start to implement what you're working on right now. Not just take these lessons and hear them and be inspired by them, but actually put them into practice in real life in real time. That's what the custom GPT does. I've trained it on hours and hours of my own intellectual property, my IP, to tell you what I would say if we were talking one-on-one. It's customized to talk to you, understand a little bit about you, and then give you very specific next steps based on your current circumstances. So don't miss out on it. It's free, free, free. It's yours as my gift to you for completing this course. And please do share it with other people. Let other people know that they can come to this video, they can click on the link in the description, and they too can have it for free. Go out there and build something. Let me know what you built. I look at every single comment. So I will be looking no matter when you see this, whether it's the first hour I put this out or years from now, I will be reading your comments. So please build something and let me know about it. This is why I do what I do. I want to see 1,000 millionaires built from the ground up. And I want to help catalyze as many people as possible. So those thousands will become millionaires, and tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of others will be inspired. And hey, if it can get into the millions, that'll be amazing too. But all it takes is one spark of an idea for you to take it and run with it. And that makes me so happy and so proud. I've seen it happen time and time again over the last decade. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this video does to further propel that into the future. So give yourself a round of applause. You have done an amazing job. It's been my honor. It's been my pleasure. And now I can't wait to see you put in that work.